So now let's have a look at the class project, the website you're going to build throughout the class. So here we are on this fictional landing page. As you can see, we have this multicolor text. We're going to see how to do that using custom CSS. As you can see, we have this nice hero section with the text block and the hero image and a nice background image. Scrolling down, we have this icon. It should be animated. If I reload this page, let me just reload it. Just like that. Scrolling downwards, we have that featured section. Scrolling downwards, we'll come back to the products to view them shortly. But here we have a nice call to action section. You can put any type of image you want here, and its features or key points, and then a call to action button. Then we have this other call to action button. I just use dummy text all over. This is not a real website. This is the website I built as I was recording the class. So you're looking at what you will end up with. Here is a nice simple footer with some lorem ipsum text and some links to the various pages and a mailing list sign up form. And right here we can come and select a product, for example this GPU. Let me just open that. There we go. So now this is the single product page, and we can read all the details about it. These are the key points, key features of this GPU, and the more detailed description of the product right here. Then below here we have a related product and other related products. We'll see how to do all this. Going back here, you can go ahead and pay with PayPal immediately, or if you want to continue shopping, you can continue shopping before paying with PayPal. But let's say we're ready to pay. Let's say add to cart, and now our product has been added to the cart. Let me view the cart. It has several products I had added as a way to test the website. But now let's say you're ready to pay, or you can remove certain products you don't want to buy, and that has been removed, and you can undo. Then we can proceed to checkout. Right here the customer needs to fill in their details, including shipping and everything. And here is a summary of how much they're supposed to pay. About 3.8 million. They have the option to pay through PayPal. They can pay through debit or credit cards. They can pay using Apple Pay or Google Pay. And before they can make any payments, they have to agree to the terms and conditions. There's also another check. If I try to complete payment, I'll be given these alerts here to remind me that I need to fill in all these details before I can be allowed to make payments. That's a good way to check that the person has provided the details you need from them. And now we can go to the shop page. I had opened it. Here we go. You can just click the shop page, and now here are all the products listed. And if I search for maybe GPU, we have this Ajax search that searches for the product without refreshing the page. We can also hit enter to be taken to the search results page containing all GPUs, and we can select the GPU we want. So as you can see, this is a complete website that's ready to accept payment. The customer can actually make payment to this website because we're already connected to PayPal. If I make payment to this website right now, the money will go to my PayPal account. So this is the project you're going to work on throughout the class, and by the time we finish, you will have a website that's ready to go live online. So I hope this got you excited, because I am very excited to show you how to build it. So without wasting any more time, let's go ahead and learn about WordPress hosting, because every website needs a web host. But what is a web host? Now, in order for you to build a WordPress website you can launch, you will need web hosting and a domain name. But you might be wondering, what's web hosting and what's a domain name? To help you with that, I prepared a short explainer. So here we go. Now, every website you visit is stored somewhere online on a server that's always available to the internet. That's why you're able to access a website that's in the Netherlands or the US or Mexico, because it's stored on a server that is always connected to the internet. So that means every time you click a link that leads you to a specific website, for example, FreePick, let's say freepik.com. What the browser did was it sent a request for this specific page, and this specific page can be accessed through this address or this URL. And so when it sent the request, that request was received by the server that's storing the FreePick website, and the FreePick website is made up of many web pages. But because this web page is represented by this specific domain name, that server will return a response with the page you requested. So that server is what a web host provides you with. Your web host provides you with storage space for your website and makes sure that your website is available to anyone who wants to visit it. Now, the other thing you will need is a domain name. Freepik.com is a domain name, and this specific domain name is unique to Freepik. So no one else can have this same freepik.com. The same way no one else can have your phone number. Your phone number is unique and it's used to reach just you, no one else. So your website needs to have a unique domain name, and people will use that domain name to access your website. So now going back in here, I'm at wordpress.org. This is the official website of WordPress. This is where you can download WordPress if you want to develop your website offline. You can install WordPress in your system and work without the internet and build your website. But what we're interested in is the hosting page. WordPress has a list of recommended web hosts, and I recommend you take a moment and read this page. As you can see, they have three main recommended web hosts: Bluehost, DreamHost, and WordPress.com. But this doesn't mean these are the only web hosts that you can use for your WordPress website. There are other web hosts who are just as good, if not better than these three. So these are just WordPress recommendations, but you will find out here by reading this that there are hundreds of thousands of web hosts out there, the vast majority of which meet the WordPress minimum requirements. WordPress decided to just make your work easier and decided to give you the top three that they recommend. Now, personally, I have used Bluehost, and long time ago when I started using WordPress, I tried WordPress.com, and you should not confuse WordPress.com with WordPress.org. WordPress.org is the platform that is run by the WordPress Foundation, because remember, WordPress is open source, and WordPress.org exists to provide you with, remember, with the WordPress download and everything you need to know about WordPress. But now when it comes to hosting, there is a dedicated service called WordPress.com. Let me just open it. This is a platform that provides you with tools and hosting to build your website. It's like Wix. If you've seen Wix, you know that when you're building a website on Wix, you don't need to think about where to get hosting, because they host the website for you. They just give you the tools to start building your website immediately. But of course, it has its limitations, the same way Wix has its limitations when you compare it to installing WordPress yourself on a server. When you install WordPress on a server somewhere, you have more control to do many more things that you don't have control over when you're using a hosted service like WordPress.com. But of course, it's a nice place you can try out if you want. Now, at a personal level, I use Namecheap,
especially when I'm just experimenting with some ideas before I commit to buying a dedicated web hosting for that specific idea.
And there you have it. So now that you understand what a web host is, what they do, and why you need them, go ahead and grab web hosting and the domain name, because you're going to need that before you can move on to the next step, where we're going to install WordPress through the cPanel. I'll see you shortly. So now that you've bought your web hosting and the domain name, it's time to install WordPress. And to install WordPress, you will need to log into your cPanel. And the fastest way to log into your cPanel is to go through your web host account. As you can see, I'm right here on the Namecheap login account. So I'll just go ahead and input my details and then sign in. For security purposes, I'm going to be asked for a security code. I'm using an authenticator app. Yeah. Let's go. There we go. So now I'll go directly to hosting list and I'll find my web hosting here. As you can see, I have go to cPanel. That will redirect me to the cPanel. And if you chose to go with a shared hosting service like me, your cPanel will look something similar to this. It might not be identical, but most of the things here will be on your cPanel. And what we're looking for is the Softaculous Apps Installer section. As you can see, under it, we have WordPress and other CMSs. So I'll go to WordPress. And now if I scroll down here, I will find all the installations of WordPress I have. As you can see, the only installation I have at the moment is our reference website. As you can see, this is mrmoneybags.net. And that's it. So we can install a new instance of WordPress to build a new website. So I'll say install now, and you will be met with this form that you have to fill and then install WordPress. So let's go ahead and get started by selecting our protocol here. I like going with HTTPS www. Maybe I'll go with VFX pod. And if I click outside, it will check if I have an SSL certificate on that domain name. As you can see, it's all good. If you don't have an SSL certificate, this will show you an error. It will tell you no SSL certificate was found. And SSL certificates are usually free nowadays. So ask your web host to provide you with your free SSL certificate. Then, so the website URL will be www.vfxpod.com and /nothing else. If you add any name here, your home page, this home page will have an extra folder like folder. And you don't want that. You just want your home page to be your base domain name. So don't add anything here. Next, let's give our website a name. I'll give it the name online store. Buy anything from us. Yeah, let me just go with this. And these are the credentials you will use to log in to your WordPress website in case you log out and you don't want to log in through the cPanel. Next, we have some plugins you can pre-install with your WordPress website, but you don't have to install these because there are better alternatives that you can install from within the WordPress plugin directory. So let's leave those out. We can go to advanced options, and here we can decide to keep a backup of our website, but I don't usually keep this because I never use it. I use a plugin within WordPress to create my backups and download the backups or send them to my Google Drive automatically every week. So I'll show you how to do that. Don't worry. All right, here you can decide if you want your WordPress to upgrade automatically when there's a new version of WordPress, or you can choose to upgrade to minor versions only. I will just leave that at its default. So make sure you keep these credentials somewhere. So I'll just open up my text notepad. I can copy this and put it there, then copy the password, enter right there. You already know your admin email, so you can put it right there. So once we do that, we can go and say install WordPress. Don't leave this page until it's done. And there we have it. Congratulations, you've just installed WordPress for the first time, if that's your first time. And now we have two URLs right here. This is your home page. So if I right click and open it in a new tab, as you can see, here's the domain name. Yours will of course be the domain name you bought. And now here's what we have. This is just the basic WordPress theme. And if I go back here, we also have an admin URL. This will take us to the admin area of our website. So I click that. As you can see, it says dashboard online store, the name of our website, online store. And here we are. So we've just installed WordPress. Congratulations. This is a huge step for you if this is your first time using WordPress. Now, in the next lesson, let's see how to install a WordPress theme. I'll see you shortly. So now that we've installed WordPress, it's time to install a WordPress theme. Let's go ahead and install my favorite theme of all time, and its name is Astra. So I'll go to Appearance, Themes, and you will notice because we're in 2025, the active theme is 2025. Last year, the active theme, anytime you installed WordPress, was 2024, and the previous year, of course, 2023. Now, I'm going to say add new because you don't want to use these default WordPress themes. And now, as you can see, we have this theme called Astra. So I'll go ahead and install Astra, and I'll go ahead and activate it. There we go. As you can see here, they're telling us we can get started with their starter templates, but I'm just going to dismiss this. Now it's the active theme. I'm going to select the 2023 theme and delete it. Select the 2024 theme and delete it as well. And now I will leave 2025 installed, but not the active theme. This will be the backup theme in case this theme breaks for any reason. Our website will still have structure because it will have a fallback theme. So it's always advisable to have a fallback theme installed. So now Astra is the active theme, and now we're ready to start building our website. But because we're going to use Elementor to build a website, in the next lesson, let's see how to install Elementor. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time for you to install your first WordPress plugin. Let's go ahead and install Elementor. So I'll go to plugins. In fact, let me just click plugins to go to the already installed plugins, because WordPress comes with these two pre-installed plugins always. So I'll just select both of them by checking this uppermost checkbox. Click that and then say delete, apply, enter. We don't need those, so I can go and say add new. And now we're taken to the WordPress plugin directory. Now this is just pulling from the actual WordPress plugin directory. If I right click and open link in new tab, as you can see, we're taken to wordpress.org, and we're taken to the plugins page. We also have the themes page, patterns page, blocks, and all that. This is where WordPress lists more than 59,000 free plugins you can install. So now going back in here, WordPress pulls all those plugins and brings them in here to allow you to install them with one click instead of going here and downloading. So if I click that, as you can see, I have to download from here and go back here and upload it. Instead of that, I can just install directly. So let's search for Elementor. Elementor website builder. Here we go. More than 10 million active installations by Elementor. So I'll say install now. And as I always keep telling my students, as you can see, there are many other Elementor related plugins developed by third-party developers who do not work with or work at Elementor. These are third-party companies that create plugins that add more features to the free version of Elementor. They allow you to get more features, more elements you can use on your website for free. So let me say activate, and of course we will see how to use some of them. I'll say activate, and now Elementor is activated. Some time back there was a wizard that always came up whenever you install Elementor for the first time. I don't know why it's not come up. Just in case it comes up, you just go through that wizard. So now that you've installed Elementor, as you can see, we have these templates and Elementor. These were not here before we installed Elementor because they are Elementor menu items. They allow you to make settings and tweak whatever you want within Elementor to make it work for you. But I don't ever change these settings. I just go on to build my websites. So now that we have Elementor installed, it's listed as the only plugin installed because remember we've deleted the other two. We're going to install more plugins here as we build our website. And that's how to install a WordPress plugin. So in the next lesson, let's have a look at the Elementor user interface because I want to get you up to speed on how to navigate the Elementor editor. So I'll see you shortly. It's time to look at the Elementor user interface, and to do that, let's navigate to the pages. These are all our web pages. So as you can see, when we installed WordPress, it came with two sample pages, a draft privacy policy and a sample page. We can use this page to look at the Elementor editor. So I'll say edit, and don't worry, right now we're just looking at the editor. Don't worry about how to create a web page and all that. I'll show you how to do that. Let me just close this down. What is this? Let's also close that and that, and here we are. So this is a little bit different from what we had in my previous course, in my previous class, but it's still the same user interface. In the previous class we didn't have this wizard here, which looks like a to-do list of the things we can get done very quickly, but we're not going to do that because we're going to do all these things manually. So let me close that. And all right, so that's a checklist. You can access it from here. Got it. Now the first thing you will notice is this structure. Previously it was called the navigator. Now it's called the structure, and it just gives you an overview of the structure of the page. So if we have a lot of content here and we just want to have a bird's eye view of the page, this will help us see everything that exists on the page. And it's also good to help us to get to specific parts of the page very quickly. For example, if I right click this and duplicate it a couple of times, duplicate, as you can see, it's also duplicating here in the structure in real time. Right click, duplicate, and now I can expand this. Okay, let's expand the first one to show what's inside. So we have the container, which is the pink container, and we have the text editor, which is a different element. Now if I select the container, this changes to edit container. If I select text editor, this changes to edit text editor. In other words, whatever element you have actively selected here on the page, its settings will appear here and you can go and tweak all those settings. So if I select this third one, I think, as you can see in the structure, we have the third container selected. Same case applies to whatever is inside text editor. It selects the text editor, and here we can tweak the settings of the specific element that is currently selected here. So now for almost every editor, except a few exceptions, you will always have these three tabs. There's the content tab, the style tab, and the advanced tab for every element. So if I select a container instead of a text editor element, container, as you can see, it also has three tabs. So, but now here it's the layout tab instead of content tab. Here in the content tab, this is where we add whatever content we want to add. For example, what type of content does a text editor expect? It's text. So here we can add whatever text we want. Exactly. And as we type, it happens here in real time, as you can see. Now, if I want to add a different element, not a text editor, all I need to do is click this add element button, and I can add different types of elements. So let me now delete all these. Let me just right click and delete, or simply go hover over any of them and delete that. Now we're left with this single one. Let me select the text editor element, and also let me delete that. I'll right click this and delete it. Now we only have the container. If we want to add anything to the container, we can click this plus or this add element. So let me just click this. It'll reveal all the elements available to us. Now if I collapse layout, basic, all these panels, you will notice they are panels containing different types of elements that we can drag and drop in here to design our website. But some of them are in the pro version of Elementor, so we can't use them. If it's not usable, it has this small lock on the top right. If it's usable, if it's free, it will not have that. So we already saw the text editor. Now if I collapse the basic, we can look at layout. As you can see, we have container and grid. I prefer working with containers, and you will see why. We'll be using containers throughout the class. So if I drag and drop a container here into this box, it goes right below the first container. And if I hit Control I can bring up the structure to see the current structure. If I expand this, it has nothing inside because we've not put anything inside. So let me delete that. We can work with this one alone because it's also empty. Now, since we're going to work with containers, don't worry, I'll explain how containers work, but let me collapse that now. Let's see how to add an element. You already saw the text editor. If I drop it in there, you can add your text here. If you want to change the color or the style appearance, now that's when you go to the style. For example, we don't want it on the left. We want it in the middle. So I'll select center alignment, and now it's aligned to the center. These are basic text editor requirements that every text editor should have. If we go to the advanced, we can also change the color. So right now it's gray, we can change it to red. So if we go to advanced, that's where we will get settings such as margin, layout settings. So if I collapse layout, we have many groups of settings. With the layout, we get margins and padding and align the element itself and order and size. All these things we will see how to use them. Going back in here to add another element, let's add an image element. What type of content does an image element expect? An image. So under the content tab, we will be expecting an image instead of text. So select the image element, and this changes to edit image. Now we can select an image from our library. We can go to the media library if we have already uploaded images, or if we don't have, we can go to upload images and select files from our computer. So I'll double click that as an example. And now there we go. So it's already pre-selected. I'll say select. And now the image shows up here. And we can go on to style it. We can give it a maximum width of maybe 100%. We can give it a height of 100% instead of 500 pixels. We can increase the width manually. Now that we've set the maximum width, it goes up to 100%, and many other things that we will see how to do. So quick recap. Now if I collapse all these others, as you can see, we also have this general tab that provides general elements we can add, like a testimonial. And as we add all those elements, remember, because we're adding them inside this container, they are all under the container in the structure if I collapse that. But now if I add another container by adding, let me just collapse that. To add another container here, we can go to plus and layout and go back here. Then we can choose Flexbox. And I love using Flexbox structures. So we're not going to use grids, we're going to work with Flexbox. And these are just pre-made structures to help you quickly set up maybe a double column section or a single column section, a 4-section section, and that kind of stuff. So currently what we have here is this type this type of structure. If I select this double structure, as you can see, we have 2 divisions inside here. If I select this one, as you can see, this side is longer. So it's just pre-made structures to help us quickly build our website. So if I want to add a container in here, I can just drag and drop it in there, and now it's a container inside another container. And I can add an element like let's say link in bio, minimalist, and there we go. So that's an entire element we can edit and change. So basically that's how to add elements. The next thing I want us to look at is, what are these settings? So if we want to exit to the dashboard, we can exit to WordPress. But there are other settings here that are very important. You remember when I wanted to duplicate the container, I had to, let me just click here. I had to right click and duplicate. Those are 2 steps to do one thing. If I want to duplicate this container, I have to right click it and duplicate it, and it will appear below here. Let me just delete that. If I want to delete, I have to right click and delete. But if I come here, I can say user preferences, show quick edit options. That means if I now hover over any of these elements, I will have quick shortcuts to some of the most common things you want to do with an element, like duplicate it. So if I come here and click that, automatically it's duplicated. If I come here and do that again, so that's just one click to do a duplication. So those editing handles or edit options are very crucial. Make sure you have them activated. These others, you can also look at the history of the things you've done, and you can go back in time. You can go back to a point in time when the website looked a certain way. For example, let's say you've made mistakes and you want to remove some of the things, to undo some of the things you've done. You can go back to, say, the time we added image, and this is how the image element looked when we added it. We can also go back to the very beginning, and this is what we had. And we can also go back to editing started, and this is what we had when we began. So you can jump quickly to any point in your editing session. But once you close Elementor and come back, you won't find this. This is just for this editing session. Next, let's have a look at this. These are page settings which we will set inside WordPress admin dashboard, so we will not set them here. If we want to preview our page, we just, first of all, we need to publish it. And we can click here to preview the changes. And this is how the page looks. And this is our content. So if we make changes here, let's say, let's duplicate this. Right click, duplicate. Now we have to, if I publish it, you will notice this will automatically load, reload. And now we have those two sentences. We can also save this as a template, whatever we have on the page. We can save as a template and give it a name. So we will look at how to do all those things as time goes. I think right now you know everything you need to know about the user interface. When we get to editing the website to be responsive on different devices like a tablet, we will be able to do that using these tools. So for now, those are the settings you need to understand in order to be able to use the Elementor user interface and navigate as you build your page. So in the next lesson, let's now build our home page, and we'll start with the nav bar. I'll see you shortly. So now you have a rough overview of the Elementor user interface. It's time to get started with the actual building of the home page, and we'll start with the nav bar. So I want to exit to the WordPress admin area, and I also want to close this down. And in fact, I'm going to separate this. I'm going to leave it as its own window. Now let me just shift here and let me exit. Let me just leave because this is not a page we're going to keep. In fact, I'll select all of them, move to trash and apply. So now we don't have any web pages. In order for us to create a nav bar, we will need to use another Elementor related plugin called Elements Kit Lite. So let's go ahead and install it. Plugins, add new. And if I type Elementor, here we are. It has more than 1 million installations by Xpage Studio. Elements Kit, Elementor add-ons and templates. Install, activate, and now we have Elements Kit Lite. So once we install it, it will also show up here, and what we need to do is go to the header and footer. And now we need to go through this setup wizard. So to begin with, let's choose advanced here, and by choosing advanced here, it just means more elements will be available to us in the front end while we're editing our pages. So for example, if you look at these widgets here, I think this will be activated once we click advanced. As you can see, now it's going to be automatically available to us in the front end. Remember the editor, we were dragging elements to the page from the left. These elements will be available to us. When we selected advanced, several of these elements that were not originally checked got checked. And now let's move on to the next step. Here you can provide them with your email so they can send you offers and discounts and all that, but I will just click next. Next step, you can share non-sensitive diagnostic data. So I'll click next step, next, save changes. And there we go. So now we can go to header and footer. And this is where we will build our header, aka our nav bar. So we'll do that in the next lesson. I'll see you shortly. So now we're ready to start building the header. And remember, we went to Elements Kit, header and footer. I'll just go ahead and say add new, and I'll say header. Yeah, the type is header. When we're building the footer, we will also come here and say footer, but right now it's the header, and we want it to be available on the displayed on the entire site. If you want to have conditions on which page to display it, you will have to use the pro version, but this is enough for me. Then we want it to be active. Now we can just save changes and then come back and say edit content, or we can just say edit content and go directly to the front end to edit it. But I just want to save this first to show you that it gets listed here. And now if I say edit, we'll get the same pop-up, and I can say edit content. We'll be redirected to the front end where we can now build our header. And here we are. So now I thought before we start actually building the header, I should explain how containers work. Then we'll see how to build the header in the next lesson. So very quickly, I want to start from scratch without any containers here. So we have a blank slate. And now if I select that, we're going to have Flexbox, and I want to start with this direction column. And by direction, we mean, as you can see under layout, we have direction here. The container can have a horizontal layout or a vertical layout or a reverse row layout or reverse column layout. What that means is whatever content is inside here, whatever content we have inside the container will be arranged heading in the direction we've selected here. So if, for example, now that we have the container here, if I go to add and add a heading, as you can see, the heading is inside the container. If I go back in here once again and add, let's say, a button, go back in here and add, let's say, for example, right now, let's go with those two. If I select the container, which is where we're supposed to set the direction of the content inside, currently every element is arranged vertically. So if we add another element like an image, it'll be put right below the lowest element in the group. If I go back in here, that's the direction of vertical. But if I want things to run from the left to the right, I'll select this, and now as you can see, we have the heading, the button, and the image. And this is very powerful because that's what is going to allow us to achieve this goal. As you can see, imagine here we have two columns, 1, 2. Those are two columns, a column for an image and a column for the text block. So this container here that's holding the text block is actually vertical, but the container that's holding the text block and the image is horizontal. I hope you understand that point. So now switching back to our example here, what we have inside this container are just elements. These are not containers. These are elements. This is a text, a heading element. This is a button element, and this is an image element. If we want to have a complex container system like this, we need to use containers within containers. So let's remove everything in here. So I'll just select that and delete that, delete that, delete. Now we're left with a container once again. If I go here to plus, I can add a container in there. Now, as you can see, it's a container inside a container. With this container, we can also set the direction. But before we get to the direction, we can say let's put another container inside, because assuming this container here is the container that's holding everything here, it should be divided into two. So we can add two more containers. One. So now if we duplicate this, let me just go back in here, user preferences, and say show quick edit options. Now, if I duplicate this inner container, let me collapse this. We have two containers inside this container that's inside this container. But these two containers are stacked on top of each other. As you can see, 1, 2. But we want them to be side by side, 1, 2. So we select the container that's holding those two, which is this, or we can go here and select this and change the direction here to say 1, 2. So it's horizontal. Remember, this container is inside this container. Now we can make this 100% in width. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So as you can see, inside these containers now we can add a heading. For example, that heading, you can go back here and add an editor, and go back in here and add a button when that pink line appears. Then in here we can add an image element, and now if I publish and preview, we have a side-by-side container layout. So that was just a quick introduction to containers, so you can see the power of using them when laying out your pages. It gives you a lot of flexibility to come up with very complex designs. So I think we're going to end this lesson here. We don't want to make it too long. In the next lesson, let's now start putting these containers to actual use. So I'll see you shortly. So now that you understand containers, it's time to build our header. And the first thing we want to do is add a website logo. So let's go back. Let me just close this, go back in here. Remember, we were editing our header, and that's why it says header up here. So I just want to go ahead and delete everything so we can start from scratch. Now I want to navigate to our sample website here so we can look at the structure we're trying to achieve. We have a logo here, we have the search bar, we have the menu items, and we have a cart button. But we're going to start with a direction container. So going back in here, let's select Flexbox and select this. So with that, this is not a container. This is just to show us where the content will be contained within this container. There won't be any content here, but we need to add a container. So I'll go in here and say container and add it right there. Now, as you can see on our reference website, we have this gap here on the left, on the right and left, which means there is a container holding just the navbar content, and it's not 100% in width. And this is what I mean. So currently we have this outer container that's holding everything. I want us to make it 100% in width, or not 1000. Enter. So now it's 100% in width, the outer pink container. And because we've not yet set the width of the inner container, it's also occupying all the space available in the container that's holding it. So what we can do is select the inner container and say we want it to occupy only 80% of the outer container. But now notice it's aligned to the left. So we can come here, we can select the outer container. Currently what's selected is the inner container, so I'll select the outer container. And this is another cool thing about structure. It allows you to select something if you're unable to select it on the page. So now I've selected the outer container, And now with that selected, I can come here to align items to the center. When I click that, look at this. Look at the inner container. If I select center, we've aligned everything that's contained inside this outer container to the center. Let's publish that. And now let's switch back to our reference image. Remember, we said we have a column for the logo, we have one for the search bar, and we can make these separate for now. So let's create 3 containers inside this container. So I'll say add, then I'll drag a container in there. And to make things easy for us, I won't have to go back and copy another container. I can just duplicate these twice. 1, 2. And now they're stacked on top of each other. So we'll select the one that's holding all of them. If it's difficult for you to select it, just use the structure. And now we want to arrange all these in a horizontal manner. So I'll go here, direction, and now we have 3 containers. Let me publish that. So now it goes without saying that in here we will put an image element. So I'll drag an image element and I'll go to choose the image I want to use. We had uploaded only one image, so I'll go to upload files, select files, and as always with all my classes, I will provide this assets folder that contains all the images you can use as sample products to follow along in this class. I prepared them to be very light in KBs. They're not even MBs in size. And that's another thing you need to keep in mind. Keep your images as light as possible to allow your website to load fast. So as you can see, we have a logo here that I prepared for you as a sample. I'll double click that logo. And remember, I've said you will find that assets folder below this video. Just look for the link below the video player. So now it's already loaded. I'll say select. And there we go. Our logo is added. Now notice we have the logo is small here, so we can drag, we can hover over here, and when that double-sided arrow appears, we can drag that, or we can manually enter the size we want. So I want to manually enter that. I'll select the container that's holding the logo and I'll make it 20% of the width of this container that's containing the 3 of them. 20% will be occupied by the logo. 20, maybe 30% can be occupied by the menu items, the nav bar and the button, and then the search bar. Maybe we can make this 40%. No, let's leave it at 30. So this can occupy 50. I'll select that and say 50. So that it's 50, 30, 20 to make 100% of this container. And remember, this container is occupying 80% of the outermost container. So that's how to add your logo. In the next lesson, let's see how to add your nav menu. This nav menu. So I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to add the nav menu. So how do we do that? Let's go back to our work area. There we go. Let me just publish this before we move on, and let's preview the changes. So that's what we have right now. So remember, we installed Elements Kit. So if I come here and type nav, you will notice we have Elements Kit nav menu, and we also have nav menu. This is available with Elementor Pro. But one thing about Elementor related add-ons like Elements Kit is they give us these extra free elements that we would have otherwise had to pay for to access. So I'll drag the Elements Kit nav menu and I'll drop it in there. And now when we drop it, it's still the active element. That's why it says edit Elements Kit nav menu, because that's the element. And now the first option here is select menu. So we need to select a menu to display, because in essence, this is a menu. And to display a menu, we need to first create it inside WordPress admin area. So before we go far, let me say publish. I'll come here and I want to exit to WordPress, but instead of leaving this editor, I want to right click and open link in new tab. And then I'll take this new tab and go to the admin area. This is still intact. So going back to the admin area, let's say appearance, menus. So here we are. We can create our menu below. So let me just close this notification. As you can see, we can add menu items, and menu items can be pages. They can be posts, like a blog posts, like articles. They can be custom links. We can just use a direct link, product categories, or categories of other types of content. But we want pages as our menu items, which means we need to create a few pages. So going to pages, instead of closing this place, I'll just go to pages, right click on add new and open link in new tab. Here we go. So now we can give this page a name. Let's say contact. As you can see, that's the page we have here. We're not trying to create many pages here. This is to show you how to build an online shop. Once you learn how to build the home page or this single contact page, you can build an about us page, a privacy policy page, terms of service page. You can create all those types of pages. So right now, let's create this contact page. And we're not trying to change any settings here for now. We just want to publish it. So I'll go ahead and publish that. And now going back in here, remember we never left this place. If I refresh or reload this page, we have the contact page here, but it's grayed out. We can't use it. That's because we need to create a menu. Let's give it a name. Let me just give it the name my menu. And then let's make it the primary menu and create menu. Look at this area. Now it's active because we have a menu that we can add items to. Contact, add to menu. It's added to the menu. Save menu. There we go. So now let me just close this because we're done with it. If I go back here, remember we had this open and we had published it. If I reload the page, if I select the nav element again, the elements kit nav menu, and come here, remember we've created a menu called my menu. So now we've selected it. As you can see, it's showing the menu items it has, and that's just one page. So horizontal menu position, let's say right to switch the side. Let me close that. Now it's positioned on the right side. Publish, and let's preview the changes. There we go. So here's our contact page. Going back in here, we can create more pages. Let me go back in here. Let's just create a few more pages. Hover over this, then right click, add new, or instead of hovering and right clicking, you can just hover and press the middle mouse button. It'll open up in a new tab. So let's create two pages. Let me just call this home, publish, published, and let's call this about, publish. Close that and that. And now let's reload this page. And let's add the home and about to menu. Let me take the home and put it right there and about, just to make sure we arrange them correctly. Save menu. And now going back to the front, all I need to do is click preview changes once again. It will reload this page with the new changes. We can also just right click and reload this page so we can see the new menu items in our editor as well. So there we go. The next thing I want to do as we finalize here is change the colors. Let's go with these shop colors. Now you will notice up here I have this tool, this Chrome extension called RGB color picker. I can select that. You can install it, it's free. Then I can say pick color, and if I hover over this, I can pick a color of a pixel. Here we go. I select that, copied, select this nav menu, and then I'll go to, because it's the active element, I'll go to style, menu wrapper collapse, menu item, because these are menu items. As you can see under menu item style, item text color, it's currently black, and on hover it's gray, and that's why it's turning gray when we hover. On hover we want it to be that color. So now when I hover, it's the same brand color as our brand logo, and when the page is active, it's supposed to also be that color. If I publish, preview the changes, now if I hover over any of these menu items, they're changing color. And if the active page is the about page, if I select about, as you can see, this is the about page and it's active, so it's orange. So that's how to create the nav menu. In the next lesson, let's see how to add a favicon, because currently, as you can see, we only have this generic icon placeholder. If you look at Namecheap's favicon, they have their logo. So how do we add that? Let's see how to do that in the next lesson. See you shortly. So now it's time to add a favicon to our website. There are two ways to get to the place where you can set the favicon. One way is to go to Appearance, Customize, and we'll be taken to the front end editor of the theme, which is Astra. This is where you set the Astra settings. Another way to get here is, if I am in the front end already, I can just go to Customize. So we'll be taken to the same place. So now, closing that down, I'll go back to here because we already had this, and we'll go to site identity, select site icon. So there are different ways to get to the same place. So I'll go to the assets folder, and I had already created a favicon for you, and I'm thinking I should have done the reverse of this color, because this blue is dark. It should have been white and the line blue, but no problem, let's go with it. There we go. So select, and now as you can see, we've set it as the site icon. Now let me see if I can select a different one, because I'm not liking this. Let me see if I can find let me just use this shoe as our favicon for now, but the most important thing is for you to understand how to add the favicon. So I'll select that shoe as the favicon because it's brighter, and say select. Now watch this. Now as you can see, it's bright enough to be seen. Publish. Now when you're in the Elementor editor, even if you refresh the page, the favicon will not be visible because you're in the edit mode. But if you preview, you're not in edit mode, the favicon will show up because this is an actual preview page. So that's how to set a favicon for your WordPress website. In the next lesson, let's see how to tell WordPress which page is our home page, because when people click this logo, it's supposed to take us to this home page, the base home page. In fact, I forgot to do that. If I while it's selected, I'll go to link and say custom URL and paste our base URL. This will be your base URL, yourwebsite.com, and say publish. This will reload. I'll just go there And now if I hover over it, you can see it's clickable. If I click it, it should take us home. This is the page that's currently set as the home page, but this is not our home page. This is a grid of blog posts or articles that would have been listed here. So how do we set the home page? Let's see that in the next lesson. So now it's time to set our home page as the home page, because right now if I go to home, remember this is a page we created. If you look at the URL, it will be our domain.com/home, because that's a page we created. Remember, pages. We have a home page, but we want the settings to be, if the user goes to this page, it should not have this /anything. So how do we set that? Going back in here, I'll go to settings, reading, and now your home page displays a static page, and the static page is home. Save changes. And now going back to the front page, and now if I select home, as you can see now, if anybody finds vfxpod.com anywhere as a link and clicks it, they'll be taken to this page specifically, which is vfxpod.com or your domain.com, the root domain. Now, of course, starting from the next lesson, we're going to actually start building it. And remember, we had a hero section. We'll start with the hero section. So that's how to make a specific page the home page, because we can set any of these pages as the home page. And another thing I need us to do right now as we work on the website is to discourage search engines from indexing this site. That simply means search engines like Google and Bing will not send out their spiders to crawl and index this website because it's under construction, because search engines typically send out small bits of code all over the internet to look for any new websites in order to index and organize the website within their database and be able to serve it in search results. But we're not ready for Google and Bing to know that our website exists, because that's going to affect our SEO right now. So we want to discourage search engines from indexing our site. That tells the Google spiders and Google automated robots, hey, don't even look at this website for now. Don't even have a look at this website for now. Don't save any of its pages to show to people when they search for something similar to what we're doing. Just leave this website for now. Once we are done with building the website, we will come and uncheck this. So save changes. Awesome. So now that we have set our home page, it's time to start building it. And of course, we will start with the hero section. This is our home page. If I switch to our sample or reference website, this is the hero section. So let's see how to create something like this. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to create the hero section, and we'll start with the text block. So switching back to our website, right now we can just click edit with Elementor. What we can do is go to edit page, because currently it's not an Elementor page. It's just a WordPress Astra page. We can click edit with Elementor, and now that will make it an Elementor page. But before we do that, we can come here. We need to come here and change the template to Elementor full width. We want it to be a full width page, because notice this. Now these are WordPress settings. We also need to go inside the Astra settings. Remember, our theme is Astra. So in here, container layout, I'll go with full width. Don't change any of these because they apply only when the layout is either set to narrow or normal. But we've selected full width, so ignore that. Expand this We don't want a sidebar, so no sidebar. Ignore this because it only applies when the layout is set to normal. We've selected no sidebar. Disable elements. This will allow us to disable some of the elements we saw when this page was still a WordPress Astra page, not an Elementor page. Let me show you an example before we make it an Elementor page. I'll just leave that there and go back here, pages. If I select view, I can right click and open link in new tab. Now we have this about and this Astra footer. Going back in here, we can disable that, the header, which is this, and the footer, which is this. Let's also remove the banner area. Then save. Now, those are the settings for the home page. If I edit this page, I just want to show you what we just did. Going back in here and disable elements. If we disable the header and save that and view the page, it won't. Wait, what's happening here? Disable header, disable banner area. Let's also do that. Let's see. Oh, we need to first of all make it Elementor full width, but before we change it, let's preview it. All right, yeah, so it's taken effect. We've disabled the banner area, the header, and now as you can see, we still have the footer. If we come here and say disable footer and save that and preview the changes once again, now it's all gone, ready to be made into an Elementor page. But it's not yet an Elementor page because we've not edited it with Elementor. But that's the about page. Close all the about page instances. Now going back in here, I hope you understand what we were doing with this. Now that it's saved, we can turn it into an Elementor page. And here we are. So now remember, we created the header or the nav bar on a separate editor in a different part using Elements Kitlight. So now it's not editable. We can't edit it here. But what we can do is add a flex box so we can start creating the hero section. That's all we need anyway. So let me add this direction container. And as usual, I want to add another container inside of it. And remember what we did with the header? I want to make this have 100% width. So width percentage 100. And now it's occupying 100%. And the inner container should occupy 80% of that outer container. It's on the left. So let's go back to the outer container and align everything inside of it in the center. That will mean our content will also occupy the same space as the header in width. Let's publish that. And as usual, now let's also add another container inside and duplicate it. Now we have two. Now let's pick the outer one and change the direction. And now we have a double column hero section. In here, we can add our image, hero image, and we can go on to select. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can go on to select the hero image. This was supposed to be a separate lesson. So let me undo that. Let me just come here and add the text block. So a heading. Let's go back in here, add a text editor, drop it right below there. And let's go down here and add a button. Publish that. Let's preview the changes. And that's what we have. So the first thing we need to do is select the text. And of course, you're going to type your own text here, but I'm going to copy what I have here. So free 3D models, copy that. So while this is selected, I'll paste it in here. Don't paste text directly in here. While it's possible, it's going to come with any pre-formatting it had from wherever you copied it. So You might not want the pre-formatting it had from the place you copied it. So undo that, delete that. So you want to paste it in here, and that will allow you to apply new styling as you see fit. So I will leave that there. I'll select this. I just went to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT to come up with some text. This was a different website. That's why you see it having digital files. I was creating a digital downloads website, but we're working on a physical products website. So I'll select this text, double click that and paste that in there. And if, okay, now it's not showing because if I select it now, you will see the change take effect. I don't know what's the glitch there, but if I publish it, refresh that, I can select this, go to style, edit heading style, typography. We can change this to Montserrat, which is what I love. And we can change the weight to 900 black, which is very thick. Then we can also increase the size to our liking, maybe up to that spot. And I want this to read something like, buy amazing products at affordable prices, or just amazing products at affordable prices. And go back to style, typography. We can reduce the line height, maybe up to that spot. We can click outside, select text color, make it black like that. You can also select this and change the style, like typography. Let's also make it Montserrat. Montserrat. If I select this button, I can change the text, all products, all products. And we can change the background color, but I want to use the brand colors. So I'll go to my color picker here and pick color, select the blue pixels, copied, select this, go to style, button, background type, color, and I'll paste that in there, and now it takes the color of our brand. Very nice. Now I like my buttons with more padding on the left and right, so I'll break this padding, give it a left padding of 50, right padding of 50, let's say 15 here, and here 15. And I also like to give it a border radius that's round, so 50. Or we can just leave it at maybe 10. 10 is okay. And I'll preview that. There we go. So we can also make this color. So I'll select this blue, copy, Control C while this is selected. Select this, go to style, text color, paste. Yeah, let's make it that blue. Now you might be wondering, how did I make this red? I used what we call CSS. I wanted to show you how to do that later. We will have a section on CSS, custom CSS, but we can add it right here just so we have something that looks good. Amazing products at affordable. Affordable. Now if you want to make the word affordable a different color, we can use an HTML element called span. So I'll have these two brackets, then type span inside, lowercase, span, and then at the end I will have another span, but this time before the word span it needs to have a slash, then span. That tells Elementor and WordPress, hey, I want to do something with this specific text. It's like a selector. It's like selecting this specific word and telling WordPress, I want to do something with this bit of text that I've selected. So if we go to the first span bracket and say style equals, we can use double quotes, then the aspect of the text we want to change is color. We can change other things apart from color, but we want to change the color for now. So I'll give it a colon and a space, then I'll select this color. So I'll go to my color picker, pick color, and let me go to these copied. And if I come here after the colon, paste it in there, now it will take this color. So we're telling WordPress and Elementor, hey, I want to do something with this text that is surrounded by the span element. As simple as that. And what is it we want to do? We want to set a specific color. So we set it by giving it a style which is equal to the color we want. Publish that. So that's all about the text block for now. We might come back later to refine it. We'll come back to different parts to refine it, but that's what we have. Let's preview the changes. And I'm loving it. There we go. So in the next lesson, let's see how to work on these buttons, because as you can see, I have 2 buttons. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to add 2 buttons to our hero section. So how did I achieve that? As you can already guess, this is a container that's holding the 2 of them, and it's a horizontal direction container. So going back inside our work, right now we have just a single button element. So if I go here, container, drop the container in there, I can select this and drop it in there. And now I can duplicate it, select the container that's holding them, and then change to horizontal. With this selected, in fact, with this selected, I can go to style, color, and let's go to the color picker here, pick color F15A24. Paste it in there. There we go. Publish. Now there are many more things you can do with the button. For example, if we say on hover, we can give it an animation. So hover animation, we can say, I love Bob. Bob. That just makes it seem to be floating in the air. This one doesn't have any. So if I select that, go to hover effects, I can make it Bob as well. Publish. So that's all for now. When working with buttons, you can play around with all these other settings, which are straightforward. You can play around with all these other settings and see what they do. So let me just publish that and preview the changes. And there we go. In the next lesson, let's see how to add the hero image. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to add the hero section image. Let's go back to our editor, and as we had done earlier, now let's drag the image in there, and let's go select our image from the computer. So I'll go to upload files, and we'll go to our folder, and this is the hero section image I had selected. Select, and there we go. If I publish and preview the changes, you will notice something. So if I switch to our reference website, you will notice these are properly aligned vertically so that this block is somewhere in the middle of the height of this. But on our website, this appears to be elevated to the top. So to align it to the middle, we go in here and select the container that's holding the text block. We want to select the container holding the text block. And down here, justify content, let's say center vertically. Publish that. And now this will reload. And now that's what we have. But now, of course, you might be wondering, what about this background? Because this is adding some nice touch to the hero section to not make it look too plain. Right now it's too plain. Some people like it plain like this, so you can leave it like that. But I'm going to provide you with the hero section background image. So that's how to add the hero section image. I thought we had a few more things to edit there. That's why I wanted it to be a lesson on its own, but I don't think we need to make any changes for now. So in the next lesson, let's see how to add this background image. I'll see you shortly. So now let's see how to add this hero section background image. So switching back to our editor, I'll come here and select the entire container that's holding the hero section. So selecting that, if you can't select it, go to Control I and select the outermost container. Next, let's go to Style, Background, select Classic, and this is where we can choose whatever image we want to choose. Upload files, select, let's go to our folder. I had prepared this image here. If I right click it and open it, it's opened up in a new tab in my other window. As you can see, it's feathered. I used an online software to feather it just to make sure it doesn't have those hard edges. So if I double click it and say select, as you can see, it's been added, but there's one problem. You can't see the bottom part. So first of all, let's close this plugin because it's a paid plugin that Elementor wants you to buy. Close that. Resolution full, position center, just like that. Attachment, let's say we want it fixed so that when we scroll it remains static right there. So fixed. Repeat, no repeat, we don't want it to repeat. And for the display size, we want it as cover. Publish that. And now if we preview the changes, there we go. So now you will notice here we have this space and it's not looking so good. So we're going to work on that, don't worry. But the most important thing was for you to know how to add that. Select this main container, go to advanced, increase the bottom padding to maybe 20, maybe 50. And then here 50. Publish that. And now if we preview the changes, yeah, now it's starting to take shape. So basically that's how to add the background image. And just in case you're wondering how I'm able to edit these images, and in fact I had pulled up what I used to edit these. This is where I created the logo, and I'm just using FreePick. On FreePick, you can go here and say e-commerce logo, and under filters, you can come and say editable online and check this. Open with the online editor. And if you select, for example, this, you can say edit. It will open up the FreePick editor. And you can change this to your shop. And then you have a logo. Then you can export it. You can export it as a PNG without background. But I covered how to edit images with free online tools in a comprehensive class I published some time ago. You can go and check it out. It's a very nice comprehensive course where you don't have to spend money to edit your images. In the next lesson, let's now get started with the body section. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to start working on the body section. Let me just go here. We want to start working on the body sections, and we want to start with this icon. But before we do that, I feel like we need to sort out the top area here because it looks ugly for now. So we can go to edit this header by hovering over this and saying header. That will take us to the Elements Kit header editor where we created this. So I still have this home page intact, but now we've switched the header here just so we can edit it very quickly. And here we are. So the first thing I want to do is break all padding on almost all the containers here. So I'll select this large container here and go to advanced. I'll break the padding there, and as you can see, everything has moved slightly. That's because anytime you add an element or container, it comes with some predefined padding, and so we just want to remove that to reduce the space it's occupying. Let me close that. Next, I'll select this container that's holding the logo, but as you can see, because we've broken the default padding, now it's the same height as the outer container, so I can't select it alone. So Control I, and now expand this. I want this container here. All right, so I'll also break the padding on that. I want to do the same on this. And that. Next, I want to select the text, advanced, and I want to break the margin so I can edit individual cells. And I want to reduce the bottom margin up to maybe 35, negative 35, and the top margin by the same amount, negative 35. There we go. For now, I want to remove this. Let's remove that. I'll show you why, because that's where we're going to have the search bar, and we're going to add the search bar several lessons later. So I'm going to select this because this was 20% of the width. This can occupy 80% and be pushed to the end like that. And now while this is still selected, the container, we need to arrange the items inside of it in the center like that. And I think we have something better. Let's preview the changes. And now if I go to the home page, at least now there is not too much space there. So now, in fact, we forgot to add the button at the end here. So I'm just going to go to plus button. I can add a button by dragging it and styling it all over, or I can go here and select maybe this, select it, right click, copy, go here, select the nav item and paste. It will paste it below the nav item. Then I'll select the container that's holding them and change the direction like that. And now, because the items have because we've changed the direction, we can't change the alignment justification here. We can change the alignment to put the items in the center. But here we want to put them on the end to justify them to the end. This can be the cart. And we can change the icon to cart. You can choose any cart you want here. Maybe this, insert. No, let me change that. I prefer maybe this, insert, publish. Now if we preview the changes, there we go. So now if I say online shop, there we go. I think it's a much better looking header than before. So I think we should not make this lesson too long. This was the lesson where we were supposed to start working on the body section, but we had to do that. So let's end it here. And in the next lesson, let's start by adding that icon section. See you shortly. So let's go ahead and add this icon. So going back in here, first of all, I want to Control-Shift-R. That's hard refreshing. Yeah, so here we are. I just wanted the changes we made to the header to take effect here, even in the homepage editor. So now that we're done with this for now, I'm just going to close it and close that preview. This is also another header editor. Close that. Just some cleanup. Let me close Softaculous. All right, so now let's go ahead and say, let's add a direction section as well. Plus, then I'll drag inside basic, we have icon. So I'll just drop the icon there. I'll select inside to choose the icon, maybe an arrow pointing down. Yeah, maybe this. Insert. Something like that. Style. Let's go to change the color. You can make it black. Make it any color you want. We can increase the size. We can rotate it, but I don't want to rotate it. Let me make it 25, 25, 25. That's a nice black that I like. On hover, we can make it this color. So I'll select this, go to style, Control C, copy, select this. On hover, or maybe before hover, we can make it that color. And on hover, it can be 25, 25, 25, black. Or maybe this blue. Publish that. And if we preview it, there we go. But let's push it downwards a little bit, or upwards. Yeah, let's push it upwards a little bit. So I'll go to margin and reduce the margin top, maybe to 30. And then I want to collapse layout and expand motion effects to give it an animation when it's coming in. Bounce up, bounce in, up, like that. Publish, preview, just like that. That's a nice way to grab someone's attention, to show them, hey, start scrolling. Let's push it down a little bit. So expand layout. Let's make this maybe -20. Publish. Let's see that. Or maybe let's even push it away from there. So let's just make it 30. Put it outside the hero section. Yeah, so let's put it right there. And that's how to add your icon to your work. In the next lesson, let's see how to add this fixed. Yeah, let's see how to add this section, because we're going to add these featured products after we install WooCommerce. So we can't do this right now. So let's see how to do this in the next lesson. Don't go anywhere. So let's see how to create this CTA section. CTA means call to action. You have a nice header, a description, some key points, and a call to action. And now let's go back to our editor. Going back here. So we're putting it down here. So I'll say add. And in fact, instead of recreating it, why don't we use one of the most awesome features of Elementor? It allows you to not repeat yourself. So you can duplicate a section by clicking that. And now, of course, I want to put it right below this icon section. So I can just drag it and place it below that. Exactly, just like that. And now what I want to do is change, first of all, select the container itself, go to style, remove the background image. Next, I'll drag this container to the end. If you're unable to do that, like as you can see now, it's not really working. You can just go to Control I. Let me collapse that and that and that and that. So this is the container we're talking about. As you can see, if I go in here we have two containers. I can drag this and put it below there. So now we've placed it after the image just to make them alternate. Now I'll select this, go in here to replace it with a sneaker. So let's replace it with a different product. Let's say this bike. Open. Now you should put creative images there if this is a real website you're building as an e-commerce store, just like that. And now we can, while the image is still selected, I'll go to style. Let's see, can we change the border radius 20 like that? Let me change this, this section, explore our premium sneakers. So explore our premium. Inside the span we have affordable, so I'll change that to super bikes, and let's remove prices at the end. I can reduce the size, typography, maybe up to that spot, publish. So here we are. I just want to get rid of one of the buttons, and let's call this shop bikes. That's a call to action. So now we can also add an icon list here. So I'll say plus icon list. Let's drop it right below that description, and as you can see, it's an icon list. And I'm going to change this to item number 1, premium quality. Collapse that. Fastest bike ever, or bikes. Affordable prices. So there we go, we have the list. As you can see, the font is different, and that's because it's not Montserrat. So I'll go to text, typography, change this to Montserrat. There we go. Now you will notice the buttons are not pretty aligned with the rest of the text, and that's because, as I mentioned, every container has default padding all around. So if I select the container, go to advanced and break that, now there is no default padding and it looks good. Select this to reduce the bottom margin, break that to edit the bottom cell, and select this to increase the bottom margin. Now another thing we can do while this is selected is go back here, icon, and change the color to, I want to select this color. Control C, go back here, select it, icon, paste it there, and on hover I want it to be this blue. So select this style, this blue, copy, select this style, icon, hover, paste. So as we hover over it, it changes color like that. Let's preview the changes, and here we are. I'm liking it. So that's how to add that section. Of course, you can play around with the line height. As you can see, they're almost touching, but I like the lines pretty close. I like the line heights. All right, that's a good size. Yeah, so in the next lesson, let's see how to create this fixed background section right below this. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to create this fixed background section. So let's see how to do that pretty quickly. It should be very easy. So switching back to our editor, here we are. I'm just going to duplicate that right below it, and I'm going to get rid of this container. Now we're left with just one container. I'll select this and delete because we don't need it. As you can see here, we just have a heading, a description, and a call to action. So first of all, selecting this, going to style, put that in the middle, align it to the center, this style, align it to the center, shop bike button, center. All right, let's select the container itself and justify it. Avoid using containers unnecessarily. So we can just drag this button and put it right there in the middle and remove the container. You don't need a container to put that there. But if we select this container that's holding everything, we can go to style, background, and now let's select an image here. Which one are we going to select? Let's say these guys. We're selling tools, bikes, cars, toys, 3D printable stuff. Now we've set the background as the image, but we also want to set the background color as black. Wait, no, we're supposed to set the background overlay. Background type, select that, select color, and give it black, pitch black. But now we want to increase the intensity of that overlay, make it darker. We also want to go back to background, make it center fixed, no repeat. Make sure it's fixed. That's why we're able to scroll and leave it right where it is. I want to change this to white, and notice if we change it to white, text color, the orange still remains because that's set by this span code here. I'll also select this button. In fact, I want to use that orange color, so I'll select this, Control C, select this color, paste that. On hover, I want it to be white and the text black. Normal, the text should just be white like that. And I also want to increase the padding on this outer container. Advanced, break that. For the bottom, let's give it 50, and for the top, 50. Select the text, give it a white color as well, and publish. Now this spacing is too small, so I'll select the container, margin top, maybe 100 or 150. Oh, that's 1500. All right, so publish that, and let's preview the changes. And there we go. So that's how to add the fixed background section. In the next lesson, let's see how to create the footer. We're going to see how to create this a little bit later. Oh no, in the next lesson, let's see how to create this section. So I'll see you shortly. So why don't we go ahead and create the footer? So without wasting any time, let's switch to our editor right here. And as usual, remember, the same way we built the header separately from the body, we're going to build the footer separately from the body. So let's go back in here. No, in fact, we're done with the home page for now. So I'm just going to exit to WordPress. Make sure it's published. You've published all your changes. And let's exit completely. And now you know the drill. We go to Elements Kit, Header, Footer. Add new templates. Footer. Select footer here. on, and let's go directly to edit content. It will automatically save it here in the admin dashboard. All right, so here we are. So I'll go to Flexbox, select that, add another container inside. I want width 100%, and for this we want it to be 80%. Now for this outer one, we can align it to the center. In here we can add a container, duplicate it thrice, select this one, change the direction here, and now we have a place we can put our logo image. Select the logo in the media library, select that. We can add a text editor right below it. Style. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is how to set global fonts so that you don't have to keep editing fonts when you add a text editor. And you do that by going to Site Settings, Global Fonts, Primary Font. Let's make that Montserrat. Click outside, secondary, Montserrat. You can choose whichever font you want. Click outside, text, Montserrat. Select outside, and accent also same thing. Save changes. Back to editor. Now, as you can see, automatically it's Montserrat, and we did not change that. And if I add a new text editor, it will come in as Montserrat. So that's that. Next thing we want to do is add a heading here. Let's drop a heading here and let's make it an H3. Let's say useful links. And right below it, we can add a container that has two elements inside of it. Icon list. Let's drop an icon list there and duplicate it. And if we select the container, we can make it a double column. And we can also space these two. We can put space in between them. That means push these to the very end. Space between, like that. Or let's say space around. Space around. But I don't like that this is misaligned, so space between, like that. Now you will notice this is aligned way above the logo. We can select the container itself, go to advanced, padding top, let's say 30, let's say 40. Select that, style, typography. Let's make it 900 or maybe 800. Let's click outside. I want to change the color to 25, 25, 25. 25, 25, 25. Or maybe this blue. I don't like that black for now. So pick color. Select that. Go here. Now, as you can see, we have these two here. Publish. If I go back here before, as this saves, I want to come and say edit with Elementor, because what I want to do is copy the styling we put on this, the other icon list earlier. So if I scroll downwards and select this, right click, copy, can come here and select this, right click, paste style, right click, select, right click, paste style. And now all we have to do is change what each item says. Maybe home, because these are links. We can call this shop about. We can select this, maybe privacy policy. Terms of use. And maybe cookie policy. And maybe cookie policy. Yeah, just like that. Publish. Now you will notice here these two are too close. In fact, I want to make this slightly wider than this. So I'll put this, or maybe let's leave it there, but for this, because it's the one that's going to hold the sign up form, let's make it 50% or maybe 40%. Let's make this 30%. And let's make this 30% to make 100. We can select this and increase the spacing between the three containers, the gaps, 30. Publish. And I feel like selecting this container and going to advanced, margin, left. Let's increase the margin on the left like that. In here we can say, join us today. Then we can have a short description here. Oh wait, where is that join us today? I want to duplicate this, drop it there and say join us today. So this is where we're going to put a form, email, MailChimp. For now, we're going to use this as the placeholder, the MailChimp form. Just like that, we can style it. For best discounts, offers, and latest news from us, or just and offers. So now if I select the form, we can go to styling and change the colors. We can give it whatever color we want. So let me select this blue. Copy, Control C, go back here, paste. What is this? Oh, that's typography. We want the button background type. Yes, paste that. Now that's blue, or we can make it this orange. Make it whichever color you want. Say publish. We can also say social media icons. Let's drop the social media icons there and align them maybe on this side. Publish. And I don't like that these two are misaligned, so I'll select this, right click, copy, so we can copy the styling we applied here. Right click, paste style. So now, all right, it's also copied the width of 30%. We wanted it to be 40, but now it has that top margin like this. Publish. Let's preview the changes. I like it, but this spacing is too much. Let's go back here and select this. Margin bottom reduce. Publish. Preview the changes. There we go. So now this isn't a link yet, so selecting it, link, custom URL. Let's copy our home page and publish. Preview the changes. And now if you select this or click this and scroll all the way to the bottom, we have our footer. Now, one thing, we need to add the margin here. So selecting this, we're going to advanced margin top. Let's give it 100 or 150. Publish. This will reload. Go home. Let's scroll to the bottom. Now we have a nice even spacing. So that's how to create a footer from scratch without using templates. This was rushed, but at least you understand the concept, because it's the same as building the header or the hero section. You just need to know how to work with containers. And now that we're done with the footer, in the next lesson, let's see how to make the entire page responsive. In other words, let's make it look beautiful on other devices apart from the PC, because right now it looks good on desktop. What about tablets? What about smartphones? If someone is browsing on their smartphone, let's see how to do that shortly. So let's see how to make this page responsive on different devices. But first of all, let's see how it looks by default on different devices. So hit Control-Shift-I on your keyboard. Control-Shift-I on your keyboard. That will bring up the console. And now we have different tools here we can use to just work on this website. You'll notice here we have this toggle device toolbar. Let's click that. That will bring up some simulators for different devices. As you can see from this drop down menu, we have different device sizes. So if I say iPhone 14 Max, that's how the website looks by default on an iPhone 14. Let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Doesn't look so bad, but it can be improved. Let's see how it looks on a tablet. Let's say iPad Pro. That's how it looks on an iPad. I think it looks good on an iPad, but the header doesn't look so good. So why don't we start with the header? So I'll close that, hover over that, and then header, so we can edit it. And here we are. So the first thing I like doing is switching to tablet mode. First of all, let me just be very explicit about this 100%. Control-I. I want this one. That's holding everything. So 90%, not pixels, percent. About 98%. Yeah, I like that. 98% is all right. So now let's select the logo container and make it 20%. And this other one, 80%. Not pixels. Let's publish that. And now you will notice the changes we had set, or the settings we had set on desktop mode, are still in effect here. And that's why this still has the margin from the desktop mode. So if I select it, all right, I just want to select the Elements Kit element, close that, go here. As you can see, it has those margin settings we set on the desktop mode. We want to break that. I'll publish that. Let's preview the changes. And now Control-Shift-I to switch to tablet mode, and I like how it looks. It looks good already. And now you will notice here when we click the burger menu, we need a logo here. So let's go back in here, click that. As you can see, we can go to content, mobile menu settings, mobile menu logo. Let's add our logo as usual. And now the logo is showing up on the mobile menu. but it's too wide. I want it to be slightly narrow. So while it's still selected, I'll go to Style, Mobile Menu. Wait, where's, yeah, Menu Wrapper, Width. Let's say percentage. And I want it somewhere right before that toggle icon collapses. Somewhere there. Publish that. If I close that, and let's switch to mobile mode. So that's what it looks like in mobile mode. Now, I don't think it looks good like that. It looks too convoluted, too many things on the header. So what I like doing sometimes, not always, when I have something extra like this button, I like creating a separate mobile menu or mobile header. So switching back here, I can duplicate this. And now this will only show up on tablet and desktop, but we will also have a separate one for mobile. So we do that by selecting the container that's holding the entire header. Go to Advanced, Collapse Layout, Responsive. We want to hide this on tablet and desktop. It will only show up on mobile. That means it's the only header that will show up on mobile. And if I go to this other one, we want to hide it on mobile because it should show up on desktop and tablet. So going to Advanced, Collapse Layout, Responsive, Hide on Mobile. Publish that. Now if I switch to mobile, you will notice this will be grayed out like this, and this will become active. Now it's grayed out. This is the active one. And now I just want to get rid of that button because I don't like it there. And I want to give this button container 50% of the width and this other one 50%, so they're side by side. So selecting this, make sure it's the logo container. Let's give it 50% like that. Let's select this other one. Let's give it 50%. As you can see, because of the padding and margin on the outer containers, we need to make it narrower. So let me just go down to maybe 44%. Actually 40%. And now I'll select this container that's holding those two containers, and let's see, space between. Yeah, so we can push everything apart and put space in between them. Publish that. And now this has reloaded. So now, as you can see, this is the mobile header. But if we, this is the tablet header. And if we switch to mobile, maybe iPhone or Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra, as you can see, we are using the other header. I love that. Now, I think we need to make this maybe 60%, reduce the width of the outer container. Let's set it at 98%. Publish, because I want to push this burger icon inwards a little bit. Yeah, just like that. Let's make it 96%. Just like that. I love that. Now, if I click the burger icon. All right, so the logo is hidden up here because on the mobile menu, this toggle button has collapsed downwards. So let's rectify that. That's the same thing here. If I click this, as you can see. So on mobile, we want the width to be wider, just like that. Publish that, and let's come here. It'll reload. Now, if we click that, yeah, so now it's looking good. Now, this is the WordPress editor menu. It's the same it's this same header here with all these settings. So don't worry about that. There is that toggle button and the logo is behind there. So basically that's how to make the header responsive on different devices. In the next lesson, let's see how to make the rest of the page responsive. Don't go too far. In fact, grab a glass of water and come back. We have a responsive header. It's time to make the rest of the page responsive. But before we do that, I just remembered we did not cover how to edit this menu, this mobile menu. So as you can see, first of all, the hovering effects are all good, but what if you want to change the color of this toggle button? And also, what if you want to change the color of this burger menu? So select the menu element. So it says edit elements kit nav menu. While inside style, let's go to hamburger menu, hamburger icon color. That's these lines that are inside the button. Right now they have that color. When we hover, we want them to turn white. So on hover, hamburger icon color, white. So on hover, now it's white. If you want to change the background, here's where you change it. For example, let's say I want to make it this color, this orange color. Let me pick this color. Pick color. Let's choose an orange pixel there. Select that. Now, if we go to background color, paste that in there. If I hover over this, it's now that color, and it seems to have a blue border. So does it have a border? None. Yeah, just like that. But then again, you don't hover your finger on your mobile phone. So that doesn't make sense. But anyway, that's how to manage your colors. Next, if I click it, now by clicking it, it's changed color to blue. Is there an active state? Let me publish that and see what's popping. Preview the changes. All right, so when we click that, yeah, so now it's looking good. When it's active, it's orange. Now that's the burger menu. But when we click this, this is called the toggle icon. So there is the hamburger toggle and there is the close toggle. That's what we're talking about. Hamburger icon color, in normal circumstances, we can leave it at that color, but on hover, of course, there is no hover state in mobile phones, but I just want to change to that orange. All right, that's the, oh yeah, sorry, that's the icon. We also have the background. Paste that. All right. And then for the border type, none. Just like that. Publish that. And now I want to refresh or reload this page as well for everything we've done to also be visible in our editor, not just the final product here. So now it's taken effect, and that's what I wanted to show you for now. So now we can go on to exit. In fact, I can just close that and then exit there and there. And if I come here, just click that so we can start editing the page itself. Here we go. So now we've switched to the page itself. Control Shift I. And now you notice we've not done those updates on the tablet and desktop menu, but at least you understand how to edit the menu colors, the burger menu colors. So that's an assignment. Go on and do the same here. I wanted you to just understand how to do it. So now, first of all, let's go to the home page. All right, so now let's edit with Elementor. There we go. So switch to tablet mode. On tablet mode, let's also select this and be very explicit. Right now it has the desktop setting of 100%, but I like being very explicit about my values. Here it's also using the default. So let me make this 96%. Yeah, I love that. Publish. But I just remembered, I don't like putting them side by side when it's on tablet. I like making each of these 100% and switching them to a stack mode. So now that this is 96% in width, I can make this 100% in width as well. And this 100%. And now if I go to this outer container and switch direction, this is 100% and this is 100%. So now all I need to do is select this, go to style, align that to the center, go here, style, align it to the center, select this container, align everything to the center like that. Publish. Now we can reverse this or leave it like that. Some people prefer the image before the text. And so the way to achieve that, to put the image before the text, is to simply reverse. Now it's heading downwards. Everything in the container is going downwards. We can say, no, let's reverse the order. Just like that. But like I said, I want it to be like that. And I can reduce the size of this heading, typography, reduce that to maybe that size, publish. Then I'll scroll downwards. I like where that is, but we can make it maybe also 96%. Let me reduce the size of that heading. And the line height up to that point. You can also do the same if you want the images, if you want each of these containers to occupy 100%, you can do that. I'll do something different. I'll select this and reverse this. Put it there. I will leave that exactly where it is, but I can make this smaller. Just like that. Publish. Let's preview the changes. And now Control Shift I, and let's switch to these devices. Let's have a look at it on iPad Pro. So that's how it looks on iPad Pro. Scrolling downwards. Yeah, I think it looks good. Now it's time to work on the responsive footer. So basically, I know we've not done a perfect job. There is still room for improvement. But of course, this is just to show you how to do it. It's up to you to make it look awesome. But even if that's the case, let me make this slightly bigger. I don't like how it looks. Select that. Typography. Let's increase the size up to maybe that point. And if we switch to our tablet, I think it'll look much better. But now let's increase the line height. All right, so let's publish that and let's preview the changes. I think now it's looking awesome. So I'll see you in the next class as we work on a responsive footer. See you shortly. So now it's time to work on the footer. Let's make it responsive. So going back here, and now one thing you will notice is we've not worked on making this responsive on mobile, and that's because you will use the same principles we've used on the tablet. For example, for this heading, we need to go in here and make it smaller. I think that's nice. Just the way it looks is already nice. We can take this and align it to the center under style. Do the same for this one. Or we can, no, because we want to leave this list aligned to the left. Let's just leave everything aligned to the left. Now, one thing I can do here is select the container holding the text box, advanced, and let's not break this link. Let's just add a padding of 20 on all sides. We're just adding some room, some allowance on the sides. So you can do the same for this. Select this, advanced, 20 evenly all around. So just go ahead and finish this, because now we want to go to the footer. I'll publish this, or let me just do this very quickly. Let me just do it, fast forward this part, 20, and there we go. Publish. All right, switching to that phone. It's looking awesome. So now let's switch to the footer. In fact, so now let's just switch to this, preview, go to home page, edit footer. In fact, we could have done the same here just by exiting this, closing that down, and going here, footer. So, but anyway, don't worry. So let's close down all these others. Selecting the footer, switching to tablet mode. Of course, let's be explicit about this being 100%. The same case applies here. 96%, and I will allow that. Should I allow that padding, default padding, because I feel like there is too much space here. Let's just view it in the front end instead of guessing. Control Shift I, and let's switch to tablet mode, iPad Pro. And now I want us to go to the home page so we can see the alignment. This is what I'm talking about. This space is not as big as the footer space, so we need to remove the padding on that. This is what has more content. We can make it wider. So width 40, let's say 50, about 50, what about 60? Or another thing we can do is what we did earlier. We can make this 100% in width. %. Control I to bring up the structure. Let's select the container that's holding these 3 containers. Go back in here, and I want the direction to be downwards like that. We can select the logo and go to set the width, maybe up to that point. Select this, style, align to the center. Let's make this occupy 100%. Now it has that, you remember we set some margin on desktop, so let's break that. And remember, this is tablet mode, so whatever changes we're making here are only affecting tablet mode, not desktop. And then let's put this, we can put this in the center. We can make this 50%. Select this and align everything to the center like that. We can remove the top margin, top padding. 0. Select this. Let's select this, right click, copy. Select this, right click, paste style. Just like that. Select this. Does it have some bottom margin? No. What about this? I think, did we set a gap for this? For the main container that's holding them? Yeah, I think we set 30. Let's say 10 or 0. Because I don't want too much spacing there. But for this, we can push it down a little bit. Advanced, margin top, 30. Publish. There we go. So as you can see, the most important thing for you to learn is how to use these tools to make whatever layout you have in mind. And you can borrow inspiration by searching for online shop templates or website templates and just copy a design that you like. As long as you know how to use the tools, you can make any type of website. So I'll close that. No, instead of closing it, let's have a look at it now. Control Shift I. If we go to the bottom, that's how our footer looks. I'm satisfied with it. Go ahead and keep playing around with the settings to see what you can come up with. I can just copy this text. Let's go to content, copy. Yeah, maybe we can have something like that because I don't like the way this line looks. Control Shift I. Yeah, something of that sort. So that's how to make the footer responsive. We're almost done with the Elementor pages because when we're working with WooCommerce, we will not be using Elementor. But in the next lesson, let's see how to work with WordPress forms as we build the contact page. Remember, we have a contact page. If I can switch to our reference website. Yeah, so this is our contact page. You need, if you're going to have a WordPress website, you must understand how to use WordPress forms, allowing people to get in touch with you or sign up to your mailing list. When they fill their details here and send a message, they should come to your inbox. So how do you do that? Let's see how to do that starting from the next lesson. I noticed some discrepancy right here. If I scroll to the bottom and I'm in the home page, the footer looks awesome. If I go to the about page, which we created just randomly, now there's a problem here. So I don't know what exactly is happening, but let's see if we can troubleshoot. So let's go to footer. Now, one thing we can do is open this in incognito mode just to see what it looks like. Control Shift N, and I'll type vfxpod.com, paste it in there, and scrolling to the bottom, if I change to the contact page, I think this element has some issues because I don't know why it's happening like that. Why is it showing up like this on the home page but not working on these other pages? So let's see, list. Yeah, we can use page list. In fact, this is what we should have used long time ago because these are links to specific web pages. So let me just drop that there. Add item. Let's call this home. We can now search for the page home by typing in there. And there we go. We can also add another item. Let's call it shop. But now for the shop, we're going to have to install WooCommerce first. So let's see which other page we have. About and contact. So about, and here about. If a page doesn't exist, it won't show up if you type a name here. So let's say products, and type here products, it won't show up because we don't have a products page yet. But because we have a contacts page, we can put that there. Contact. So let's change this to contact. And now it says contact. Now let's remove that and drag this in there. Then let's remove this. It's just not working. Home. Now I'm just going to duplicate that, but for you, you're going to use the pages you need. Now I'm also going to select this container, space evenly. Let's just look at what we have here. All right, we can just increase the gap between the two instead of putting them too far apart. So let's say 40 or 60. Yeah, I like it like that. And now you will notice the color is blue, and that's because this is the global color set by Astra, the theme. So we're going to have to go to the customize area to change this color. So I'll say publish. You will have to change this to other pages you have, maybe privacy policy. What pages do we have, by the way? If I can just quickly go back to pages, we just have 3. Let's add a few more pages. 1, 2, 3. Privacy, publish. I'll go here and say terms of use, publish, and cookies, publish. You can include as many pages as you want. But now let me close all of them. Refresh. Now we have all those pages. So going back in here, selecting this, we can call this the privacy. And in here, type privacy. Privacy. Select that. Terms of use. Terms. And finally, cookies. Cookie. There we go. Perfect. Publish. And now, because this is smaller, I think we can make this wider. So selecting that, let's make it maybe 40% and reduce this to 20%. Publish. Preview. And I think it looks better. Now, like I mentioned, we need to go to customize because these are links. Astra sets automatic colors for all links, gives them a global color because, as I mentioned, a theme is what determines the appearance of your website, gives all the default settings. It's up to you to go and change them. So here we are. If we go to global colors, links, we can change this to our brand colors, or we can select maybe that color. There we go, but it's not changing. I don't know why. Let's change the accent color. Now this is a limiting factor because what if I want to hover? If I'm hovering over one of them, I wanted it to change color, but I can't. But that's not a big deal. As long as this changes to a hand, someone knows they can click. Now closing that. There we go. So going home, let's test it on the other pages. So that's what it looks like there. About page. That's what it looks like. Contact page. Awesome. It's looking good. So now, as I mentioned in the next lesson, starting from the next lesson, let's start building our WooCommerce store. We are going to create products, then we're going to create the product page. We're going to connect to PayPal and allow people to make payments to your website so you can deliver the goods to them. By the time we finish, this website is going to be ready to start receiving money. Let's see how to do that next lesson. And welcome back. So now it's time for you to learn how to work with WordPress forms. Now let me switch to the reference website. As you can see here on the contact page, we have a form that requires the user to enter their name, email address, and their message. If they have a question or they want to give us some feedback, they can do so using this form. So how do you create a WordPress form? That's the biggest question. To do that, we will need a form plugin. Let's switch back to our website. Here we are. I'm inside the dashboard. So I'll go to plugins, add new. Now if I type form, you will notice we have several form plugins available to us. But the one we want is called Forminator Forms by WPMU Dev. For me, this is the best form plugin ever. It provides you with several free features that you would otherwise have to pay to have if you're using other form plugins. All right, so let's go ahead and install it. And I'll go ahead and activate it. And immediately you will see it show up here. So if I just click it, it'll take us to the plugin dashboard, the dashboard of Forminator. And as you can see here, we can go ahead and create a form or a poll. If you want to hold polls on your website, you can collect users' opinions for free. So I'll go ahead and create, and we'll be presented with these templates that we can start with. But I want us to use a blank form so we can build it from scratch. Let's say this is the contact page. So contact form. Let me just contact form, create. And here we are. So now here is where we're supposed to enter our fields. And we can do that by clicking insert fields. These are the different types of fields we can add to our form. So I'll say I want a name field. I also want an email field and a text area field. If I switch back here, this is a name field, email, and a text area field. Insert fields. And as you can see now, we have 1, 2, 3, and this is the button. This is added automatically. All you have to do is change what it does or says. So before we do anything else, I want you to click preview. This is how our form looks currently. So let's see if we can update it slightly. So I'll first of all publish it. And the moment we publish it, we're given this short code. This is what we will have to paste in the front end on our contact page to display the form. So let me close that. If I go to pages and right click, open link in new tab, and go here to the tab, we have the contact page. So I'll say edit. It's not yet an Elementor page. So first of all, remember, let's go to the template and change it to Elementor full width. Let's also go to the Astra settings. Let's give it a full width. Collapse that, expand sidebar, no sidebar, collapse that, and let's disable these fields. Save that. And now we can go on to edit with Elementor. And here we go. So it's a blank page, but we have our footer and header. So switching back here, as you can see, we have this contact us. Let me just copy that. Now here, of course, let me add that plus, let's put the heading there. Let me paste that in there. Let me also grab this text, copy, plus, no, let's go here to plus text editor, and let's drop that in there. So they're both inside this container, but we don't have a container that's supposed to hold them, so I forgot that. So let's add a container. It's inside the outer container, so we can drag this and drop it in there, and this in there. So now, as usual, select this. Let's make it 100% of the screen. Then let's take this and make it 80%. Then go back here and align it to the center. Wait, right there. All right, so selecting this, align to the center, style, align center. Selecting this, let's go back to style, typography. Let's make it 900. I like it very huge. So increase the size, maybe up to that point, 50. And of course, the colors. Let's give it this blue. You can give it any color you want. So pick color. Pick one of those pixels. Copied. Select this. Go in here. Paste that there. Now I can also pick this color. Go back to this contact. We can add that span. Span slash span. Going back in here. Style equals color. Paste that color there. Publish. So let me now grab this, copy content, paste it in there, select it to add those details. Publish. There we go. Now, as you can see, this is not as wide as what we have here. So we can select this and increase the padding on the sides. Maybe padding on the left, 50. Padding on the right, 50. Or maybe 150. And here, 150. 250, 250. Or let's say 200. Just play around with the values until you're satisfied. This is 2500. Sorry about that. Publish. So now remember, we are here inside Forminator. We've just created our form. And when we created the form, we were given a shortcode, but that pop-up disappeared. So to access the shortcode, just go up here and copy shortcode. Yeah, so going back in here, we can select and add a new section, or we can duplicate this. Just duplicate that, and let's delete everything in here. Let's remove the padding we applied, or let's just leave it there because we actually want it to have that padding. But in order to paste the shortcode, we need to look for the shortcode element. So shortcode, drop it there. Then let's paste the short code we just copied from here. Paste it in here and the form will appear here. So publish, preview, and there we have it. Now, like I said, we actually need more padding on the sides, so we need to increase this to maybe 300 or 400. No, let's say 300 by 300. Publish. Now if we view this, all right, I like that width. So our form, our contact page is actually starting to take shape. If we scroll, here is our footer. What's wrong with this? Refresh. All right, we'll be back to work on this, don't worry. So now we need to style this a little bit, because as you can see here, I have some thick gray borders. This is occupying the entire width. So how do we achieve this? Going back in here and going back to Forminator, the Forminator settings. Now that our fields are added, let's go to appearance by clicking this, or down here, appearance. So appearance, we can choose to go with this. This is what I chose for the reference website, but let me go with this for now. And we want to change the colors. Let's use custom colors. For the submit button, I want us to use this color. So going back in here, selecting this, we want to grab this color code, go back in here, background color, that, and the, oh wait, we paste it in here, and text color should be white. So if we preview it, so that's what we have. Now remember, we've selected the appearance without borders, so we need to give the input and text area fields some background color. So background color, can give it a very faint gray, maybe up to that point. If I preview it, yeah, as you can see it, I don't know if you can see it, but you can make it darker if you want, or use ones with border, or just choose a border color here. Let's say this color. Preview. I don't know why it's not showing up. Let's choose a darker, a different color just to preview it. All right, we can't set a border color because we've selected this without the border. So let's select this. Now, if we go back here and preview it. All right, yeah, now the color is taking effect, but we want the color to be a faint gray. So you can manually enter F9, F9, F9 in here. Let's preview the changes. I like that. On hover, the border color should just remain like that. When it's focused, the border color can now be this darker gray. This is what I mean. Let me show you. On hover, nothing changes, but when it's active, it has that border color. Update that. And now if we go to the contact editor, select the short code element and apply. We will apply the changes we've made in the backend. There we go. So as you can see, the colors have taken effect, and now we can preview to update the preview. There we go. I love what we have, but these corners are too sharp. I love my corners looking slightly rounded like that. So let's go back in here. And before we go too far, I want to go back to the fields. in here we can change these placeholder texts, all this. So here, Mr. Moneybags, apply. You can come here to the email and say me at there.com, apply, text, start typing, apply, update, preview. There we go. So the placeholder has been updated. And if you want to change its color, you can go to appearance, go back to the colors, and input and text area. Let's see, placeholder. So there is placeholder color and there is the text color. So placeholder is this text, but the text color is when you start typing. So those are two different types of text. So you can set the color here. You can say the placeholder should be that faint gray. Let's see what it looks like that. Or you can make it darker. Maybe that like that. Then for the text color, you can set something darker, maybe that. Preview. If I start typing, it's very visible. Update that. And now to make those other edits, to add a rounded corner and make this button occupy the entire width, we will need to use custom CSS. So let's go back in here, and scrolling downwards to the bottom, we will have a field for custom CSS. Enable that, and now we have a field to enter some code. And Forminator thought ahead and even provide us with some selectors we might want to use. For example, to affect the text area, we can select this selector, and whatever we put inside these two brackets will apply to the text area element. So I want to say border radius of 5 pixels. If I preview that, now you will notice the text area has that rounded corner, but the inputs, these are input fields. This is a text area field. So let's also do the same for the input fields. So put the mouse cursor there and enter. Then input, enter. We can copy this, paste it there, preview, and now it's also rounded. I mean, right now I think it's too faded because we should have made at least the borders or the placeholder text more visible. So let me just update that before we move on and go back here to the colors. I think the border color can be darker, that dark. I think now it looks much better. Can make it slightly faint. Preview. Yeah. All right. Now you will notice we don't have a selector for the button, but for all the years that I've used Forminator, the selector for the button, submit button, is always Forminator, following their convention, button, submit, enter. Forminator, button, submit. So I'll just copy that, paste it in there, enter. First of all, let's preview the changes there. And now, as you can see, it's also rounded. But now we can say width 100%. Wait. Width 100%. Preview. There we go. Looks much better now. Update. It's updated, saved. Going back in here, select the shortcode element and apply. And now if we preview the changes, there we go. So our form is now looking awesome. All right, so now why don't we go ahead and make it responsive very quickly. So going back to this page, let's make this page responsive. Switching to tablet mode, as you can see, the padding we had on desktop mode is still applied. So selecting this, advanced, we want to make this, break that, just leave that there exactly the way it is. Selecting this as well, let's break that, and there we go. Nothing more. Publish. So if we view this, then Control-Shift-I, that's how it looks on an iPad Pro. If we switch to a mobile device like that, we can add some padding on the sides. So switching to mobile, selecting this, we can say break that, then on the left 20, on the right 20. The same case applies to this. Break that 2020. Let's select this. We can reduce the font to make it one line. Publish. Here we go. So now it looks awesome on a mobile phone. Yeah. So that's how to create a WordPress form using Forminator. As I mentioned, Forminator is one of my overall favorite WordPress plugins. And when it comes to creating forms, Forminator is my favorite form plugin. Hands down, period. In the next lesson, let's start setting up our WooCommerce shop. Because now what we have is the homepage and the contact page. We now want to set up the shop. How do we do that? Let's see how to do that in the next lesson. So now it's time to set up WooCommerce on our website. So let's go to plugins, add new, and I'll type WooCommerce. And here it is with more than 8 million active installations. So I'll install now. And let's go ahead and activate it. So it will open up a setup wizard that we will go through step by step. So here we are. If you want to share anonymous data, you can leave this on to help them improve their plugin. You can skip this guided setup and do it on your own in the dashboard, or go on with this setup wizard. Now let's go ahead and skip this guided setup. Country where you're going to sell, where is your business located? So select your country. I'm in Kenya, so I'll type Kenya. Wait, can I go back? Oh, all right, we don't need that guided setup because, so I'm in Kenya. Go to my store. Now the reason I've skipped the guided setup is to help you understand how to set up WooCommerce in the dashboard. This is where you can continue the setup. We would have gone through these same steps. So the first option here is to customize our store. And so if I click that, we're going to be taken to a page. You don't need to do this because I just want to show you something. We're going to use this customizer a little bit later to build our checkout pages, our cart page, and all that. I just wanted to show you what the first step involves.
and you have the option to choose templates that were pre-made by the WooCommerce team or design your own theme. And that's what we're going to do later. So going back, the second step, as you can see, the second step is to create a product. And that's what we're going to do in the next lesson. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to create our first WooCommerce product. As you can see, that's the second step here. Now I can click this and be taken to the place where we're going to create a new product. But I want us to do it the way you're going to create the rest of the products, because this is part of the wizard and we don't want to follow the wizard. I want to show you how to create a product when this wizard is gone. So products, let's go to all products first of all to see what we have here. And now we don't have a product. So let's say create product. Let's give it a name. You can go through this tour if you want, but of course I'm taking you on a tour practically, so you don't need to do that. Now I want to switch to our reference website here and go to the shop and open up one of the products here. Let's say this impact drill. And I want us to create something like this. So as you can see, the first thing we need is a name. So let's just give it this impact drill name. So I'll just copy that. Of course, for you, you're going to type the name, the real product you want to sell. And now this short description here, I like making this a bullet point of the key features of this product. Just bullet points and nothing else. This is what we call short description. And then this is the long description. So now I want to copy the long description, which for you is something you're going to type, but I'm just copying this to save time. So right click, copy. Switching back here, product description, that's where you place that long description. And now if we scroll down here, we have the product short description. That's where we put that short description. I'll copy that and paste it in here. Now we have all the text editing tool, common text editing tools you might need. So if you're typing this yourself, you will want to use this bulleted list element. So all you have to do is enter, type new feature, enter, and all that. Just make sure you activate that. All right, so undo that. We can also now provide the product data. This is a simple product. It can also be a grouped product. It can be an affiliate product and all that. It's a product on our website that we're selling. It's not a virtual product. It's not a digital download. If it was downloadable, you would select virtual and downloadable. Virtual means maybe like an online course. Downloadable, of course, is a file people can download after paying. You can also set the currency. We're going to see how to change currency. Right now it's set to Kenya shillings because I've selected my location as Kenya, but you can change this into any currency. I'm going to put what's that, a drill, yeah, maybe 6,000 shillings on discount, 5,500 shillings. Let me see what else we need for now, because there are certain things that I want us to cover in a different separate lesson. We can also set the inventory, track stock quantity for this product. So every time a customer buys the product and it's a physical product, you know that your stock is now less by 1 in your store. So the website will keep track for you. You can change the stock status, sold individually. Some of these things are things you can find out more about when you're learning more about WooCommerce. What we're interested in right now is creating the product and understanding the workflow on how to create products and sell them. You can learn more about WooCommerce by watching tutorials. So now let's go to shipping. I'm going to skip shipping because we're not going to cover shipping right now. Let's go to linked products. We're going to look at that, don't worry. Attributes, advanced, let's skip all that. The next thing we want to do is add a product image. So I'll select product image here, and it's the impact drill. So let's go to the assets folder. This is the drill. Open, set product, and now let's publish it for now. So we can preview the changes. And now, congratulations, you've created your first product. Now, if you look at it, it's uncategorized. It's an impact drill. Here is a breadcrumb. It's just a path to show where exactly in your website this is located. Then we have our short description, then the long description. And if customers have left reviews, you'll be able to see them here. Customers will be able to see reviews here. So as you can see, this is a simple product page. If I switch to this, you will notice we also have category tools, tags, and the brand here is Inco. And we have this, you may also like, and this is a different drill, but if someone is looking for this drill, they might be interested in this. And we also have a related product, which is a set of wrenches, which is because they all fall under the same category of tools. How do we do that? Let's see that in the next lesson. See you shortly. So now it's time to learn how to add these categories and tags and the brand. And these are called taxonomies in the WordPress world. Taxonomies simply help you organize your content because your products might fall in different categories, and within those categories there might be subcategories of products. So that way customers are able to find whatever they're looking for much faster. So how do we do that? Let's switch to our website. And I know, of course, we don't have the PayPal button on our products, and we're going to do that in the next lesson when we're adding the payment system. So going back here to the editor, as you can see down here, we have our product right now is in the category called uncategorized. This is the default category in WordPress, and you can never delete this category, because when you delete other categories and products had been assigned to those categories but you've deleted them, by default those products will now be placed in the uncategorized category. So you can't delete the uncategorized category. Now, while you're creating a product, you can quickly put it in a different category by clicking add new. So this falls under the category tools. So let's say tools and enter. So now let's uncheck uncategorized and update that. Let's preview the changes. And now, as you can see, the category is tools. Going back in here, we can also give it a tag. Now, this is a drill. So under tools, we can have a subcategory called drills. Tags are simply labels to show subcategories within a category. So let's say, drills. And you can add several tags to a product, because not only is this a drill, it's also an impact drill. There's a non-impact drill and there's an impact drill, but they're all drills. So you can also say impact drills. So if I go here to update and preview the changes, now, as you can see, our product has tags called drills and impact drills. If it's not an impact drill, we don't assign the impact drills label or tag to it. I hope you're getting this. Now, not only is it a drill, but it's a drill made by a specific brand. Maybe a customer is looking for a specific brand. We also have that option in here. WooCommerce thought ahead and said, let's provide people with everything they need to make their online store robust and powerful. So let's add a new brand. Let's say Milwaukee, and enter. And now I'm going to update that. And let's preview the changes. There we go. So the brand is Milwaukee. I love this. So now going back in here, if we look at the left side on the menu, as you can see, we have categories, tags, and brands. So you can create more tags and categories and brands beforehand, even before creating your products. So let's see how to do that, because that's very helpful, the ability to create your brands and all these other taxonomies beforehand. So I'll go to categories because we've updated this. Close this. Now, as you can see, we have two categories because we have the original uncategorized and the tools category we've created. Remember, I told you you can't delete this. As you can see, when I hover over this, it has a delete option, but this doesn't have that option. Now, let's create more categories. Let's say motorbikes. Let's say computers, everything to do with computers. Vehicles. I think that's enough. Just like we've done here, we can also go to brands and add a few brands. We're going to be selling, let's say, Milwaukee, Festool. What else? Total. These are different brands. NVIDIA, because we're going to be selling GPUs as well. Let's say Intel. We don't sell GPUs from Intel alone, from NVIDIA alone. AMD. Giorgio Armani. We're selling clothes as well, designer wear. So we have all these brands. We can also add tags, but I like adding tags when I'm actually actively editing a specific product, because that's when I can think about what tag I want to give it. So, but of course you can type whatever tags you can think of here. So with that, if I go to add a new product, once again, I can, let me just switch here, and yeah, let's create this range. And here we go. So premium range set, copy that. For you, you're going to type the name of your product. I just used the same text, copy pasted it everywhere because it's just a placeholder for you. Paste that. Let's also take the key features, paste them in here as the summary. Let's give it a price. This is a premium range set, so I'll give it maybe 3,500 shillings. It's on offer for 2,900 shillings. And now if we look at our categories down here, you will notice all the categories we created are available. This is a range set. We can place it under tools. For the product tags, now this is what I meant when I said I like placing tags when I'm editing a product. This is ranges. Enter that. For the brand, let's say it's made by Milwaukee. Let's set a product image. Let's go to our system and get the premium range set product image. There we go. Let's publish it. The moment you save this, it will have this permalink. We will talk about permalinks later because this is very important for SEO. But this is going to be the URL that people will see up here on the address bar. Publish. Let's preview the changes. And here we are. And people can click this to view it in its full glory. And as you can see, category tools, tag ranges, brand Milwaukee. And if we go down here, automatically any product in that category will be listed here, but we will have a limit of only 4 related products. If we had 3 more products under tools, they would be here just like this. Let me show you here. Here we have 2 related products in the reference website. So as you can see, this is a very robust system to sell your products and allow people to find whatever they're looking for very quickly. A beautiful online store. Now, I think that's where we're going to reach for now, because the next thing I want us to look at is how to connect your WooCommerce store to PayPal so you can accept payments. We said by the time we finish this class, you must be able to sell your products in real life. This is not a demo website. This is a real e-commerce store. I'll see you shortly. So welcome back. Now it's time to add a payment system to our WordPress website. In other words, it's time to integrate PayPal with WooCommerce. But before we go there, you will notice here in my reference website, let me just switch here. If I go to, let me go to the shop and open up this toy tractor here. All right, I thought this had, let me go back here. Not that. Let's go to this original. All right, it also, I wanted to show you how to get rid of this, just in case you're selling a digital product. You can get rid of this because you can't sell 2 copies of a digital product. So this doesn't make sense. So let me switch back here. We have the same thing here. So we can come back to the product itself. This is where we were editing the premium range set. And we can say sold individually. In other words, limit purchases to 1 item per order. Update that. Preview the changes. And now you just have add to cart, nothing else. Because if it's a digital product, maybe it's a downloadable product, you can remove that. But this is not about selling digital products. This is generally how to set up a WooCommerce shop. So one more thing, of course, my reference website has these rounded corners which make the image look awesome. The products here and even in the shop, the products have these rounded corners which make it look awesome. But on the website we have right now, they're very sharp. I'm going to show you how to change that. So now going back in here, in order to integrate WooCommerce with PayPal, we need to add a plugin created by WooCommerce to integrate with PayPal. So add new. Plugins, add new. And now we'll type WooCommerce once again, enter. And here's the plugin, WooCommerce PayPal Payments. Install that now. And let's activate it. So here it is, WooCommerce PayPal settings. Let's go to settings. And now here we have this option to activate PayPal payments. So click that. We're selling physical goods. If you're selling virtual goods, this is what you check. Physical goods, continue. available with additional application. Yeah, let's go here. Select this because it will allow us to accept debit and credit cards on our website. Then connect to PayPal. This will open up a window to allow you to log into your PayPal account. As you can see, I have a PayPal tab here that was already open, but let me just log in. Provide your email and say next. Then log in. I want to enter my security code. For security purposes, I'm using an authenticator app. Stay safe. Let's see if it's going to connect. If your PayPal, all right, you're all set. You're linked to WooCommerce and ready to take payments on your site. Return to WooCommerce. So now, congratulations. Now your WooCommerce is connected to your PayPal account, and anytime anyone buys anything from your shop, the money will be sent directly to your PayPal account. So let's go to payment methods and just have a look at it. So you can also activate this if you want to accept credit and debit cards. But before we do that, let's go back here and reload this page and see if we're going to get. Now, here we are, pay with PayPal. And if someone clicks this, this will open up. All right, something went wrong. I think it's because it's trying to log into my own PayPal account, which is not possible. But then again, going back in here, we can activate credit and debit card payments and save that. Completed. Going back in here, if I refresh the page, if we say add to cart, okay, it had already been added to the cart when we clicked pay with PayPal. So no problem, because it cannot complete payment without first adding the product to the cart. But now if we go to view the cart, as you can see, our product is listed here and we have the option to proceed to checkout. If someone wants to buy more of this product, we've limited how many of these people can buy. Let's go back to let's just go back, because we've not set a shop page yet. We have to manually look for a different product. I want to add this to the cart, and that's what should happen when you've not yet added a product to your cart. It has been added to your cart. Now if we go to view cart, as you can see, because this has no limit to how many you can buy, you can add 2, and this will be multiplied by 2 if we update the cart to 11,000. There we go. And now if we proceed to checkout, the customer should fill in these details. The ones in red are mandatory, including their shipping location. And we've also provided them with these options. They can use debit or credit cards. If they select this, the button will change to that. And if they try to pay, they will first of all be given this notification to fill in these details. So I think we've covered just about everything I wanted us to cover. Now, if we go here, when we selected this button showed up. But if we come here, we can add a description for what we want when people select this box. So let's see. You can also use your debit or credit card. Click the button below. Save changes. Save that. And now if we go here and refresh the page, let's see what we get. Here we are. You can also use your debit or credit card. Click the button below. Exactly. I think basically that's how to set up your payments. Of course, there are many more options in here on what you need to do. Let's see, WooCommerce settings. Let's go to settings. All right, if we go to under general, I don't really want us to dwell too much on this part because there are so many settings here that they would make this lesson too long. But as long as you've connected your WooCommerce to PayPal and you're displaying your products and you're able to add products to your cart and people are able to go to the cart and pay, that's all you need to get started. Then you can watch more tutorials understanding what all these settings do. But let's see if we can find something extra to change, like the currency. Remember, we were to change currency. I'll say USD. All right, you can set where the commas and points are set. You can set your coupon discounts. You can enable tax rates and calculations. You can enable locations where you sell or where you're not going to ship. You can set all these things that I think are pretty obvious. Let me save changes. We're just rushing through. We're just skimming through. Let's go to the products. I think here we have a few more important things to talk about. We have a few things we can look at here. Redirect to the cart page after successful addition. That means anytime someone clicks, let's go back to, I know the shop page should be /shop. If I enter that, yeah, we're going to see how to add this shop to the menu. But if I add a product to cart, remember these are already added to the cart, so I can't add it. I'm going to get an error message like that. But when you add a product to the cart, perhaps you want to add more products to the cart. You don't want to be redirected to the cart page as soon as you add just one product to the cart page, to the cart. So don't enable this. Let's see what else. You can set your weight units and enable product reviews. Yes, reviews can only be left by verified owners. I want only people who have bought and used my product to leave reviews. And show verified owner label on whatever review a customer leaves. Show that this is a verified owner, someone who bought the product. Enable star ratings. Star ratings should be required, not optional. Before someone can leave a review, they have to give a star rating. I think those are very good, important settings. Here, when we installed WooCommerce, it automatically created a page called shop. And that's how I knew the shop page is shop. So make sure that's what is selected here. Let's go to if you're selling downloadable products, this is where you should go. Inventory, let's see that. Another thing I want us to keep in mind here is, let's go back to general. Enable Ajax add to cart buttons on archives. When we say Ajax, enable Ajax add to cart, we mean when we add to cart, do not refresh this entire page. Just add to cart and let the person continue shopping. So if I click add to cart, we'll just get a tiny message here. Add to cart, tick. It's been added. That's what we mean by enable Ajax add to cart buttons. If I disable that, save changes, and go back to the shop, let's go to the cart page, which I haven't added the link of here. Let's go to the cart. Now let me remove that from the cart. And let's now go back to the shop page. I think it was the wrench. If we add to cart, it's reloaded the entire shop page. So that's what we were avoiding. So there we go. Save that. Shipping, payments. We were inside payments. What's inside advanced? You can set all the emails customers will get automatically when they buy a product. You can edit them, but as I mentioned, we don't want to make this lesson too long. Now you have a solid foundation in creating a WooCommerce product and adding all the taxonomies and descriptions, related products, and also integrating PayPal with WooCommerce. Now, one final thing I want us to look at is inside here. You can also, as I mentioned, when you're viewing a product, for example, this wrench, it has related products. Those are products that share the same taxonomy. But you can also recommend certain products yourself. You do that manually when you're editing a product. So you could come here and say linked products and search for a product. Let's say, what products do we have here? Now I'm going to use the products we've created because it's an example. Impact, just start typing impact drill. So you might want to upsell. So maybe this is a more expensive type of GPU. So you can upsell it when someone is viewing the product page of this cheaper GPU. So update that. And now if we preview the changes and scroll downwards, now the assumption here is this is a more expensive type of the same product here. So because you're upselling, I hope you understand that analogy. So now with that, I want to say congratulations. You now have a shop that can accept payments. You can now start selling your products. In the next lesson, let's see how to work inside the shop page. Yeah, let's talk about the shop page. I'll see you shortly. I want us to talk about the shop page. So if I can switch to shop, here we are. Now, one thing you will notice is if I scroll down, we have this footer right here. So we can start by removing this. But before we do that, let's close down all these other things. I also want to close PayPal. So let's go back to the dashboard. Let me close that as well. Going back to the dashboard, let's go to pages. And as I mentioned, when we installed WooCommerce, it auto-generated some pages for us that are relevant, like the cart page, the checkout page, the my account page, the shop page. So let's go to the shop page and edit. Now, if we go here to the Astro settings, disable elements, let's disable these and say save. And now if we view the page, we should have viewed it now. There we go. So that footer, that Astra footer is gone because we have our own footer. Now I feel like I should add a few more products here because I want this page to be a little bit longer. So I might fast forward this part as I create a few more products. I suggest you do the same. Then I'll be back shortly. So I'm fast forwarding this part. So I've just finished creating these extra products. So let me just close them down now. And now if I refresh the shop page, now we have several products. Now we can go to customize, and now that will take us to the front end Astra settings. As I mentioned, when you click customize, you're taken to the Astra settings, and Astra will be intelligent enough to automatically go to the settings of the specific page you're viewing. So right now, because we're on the shop page, it's taken us to the place where we can edit the shop layout. So we can change to this design one. And now it looks slightly different. It's not such a huge difference. All right. You can also limit how many products you want per page. So now we have 8. If we had 13 products, we would automatically get what we call pagination. So let me show you on this original site here. If we switch to the shop page, because I have more than 12 products on my page, we can move on to page 2 and view more products in there. As many pages as WooCommerce needs to show your products. So you can limit how many products you show per page. What else do we need to look at? Show products, show categories, show. These are settings you can play around with later. As long as you have a shop that's displaying your products, that's all you need for now. What else is the sidebar layout? No, our page doesn't have a sidebar, so that's not relevant to us. Products title area, I don't know what that is, and I think that's an assignment you can work on yourself. Let's just switch it on to see what it brings up. I think it adds that. I don't see what other changes it adds. I like it like this. So now you will notice we can also change the colors here. So first of all, let me click publish to save whatever changes we made. Then go back. We can also go to the single product page to edit it if we switch there, and maybe open up this product. And you will notice some of these settings here. These container layout and container style, sidebar layout are the same settings we set here. So if we go to products, let's open up this toy taxi cab. Those same settings are down here, container layout, but I don't touch these because I love the way the page looks without touching it. So let's look at what I have on my products here. I took some time to really hone in on what I wanted it to look like. So that's what we have. This is custom CSS. I'm going to show you how to do that, but in a later lesson. So going back to our shop page, can we go back there without leaving the editor? No. So customize. I think we've covered everything I wanted us to cover on the shop page, except one thing. I remember the colors. So going back to global, let's go to global colors. This is where you can change the color, the general colors of your pages, the pages you've not edited with Elementor. This is not an Elementor page. So for example, let's see what accent changes. Links, that does not change. What about the accent? All right, so there we go. Now we want to use this color. So I'll pick the color picker, pick color, and go snatch a pixel there, copy that color. Let's paste it in there. Now these will have our website color. Let's change the links. Let's keep that white. All right, this is so limiting. That's why we need custom CSS, because now as you can see, these buttons, I can't see anywhere to change the color of this button text. Wait, are you telling me I can't change the button colors? Let's go back. All right, so here we are, the buttons. Can we change the text color? Yes, we want it to be white like that. All right, we can set the background color. Can we change that background color from here? All right. So those others were the general colors, but now we're very specific about what element we're going to set. In the other place, we were setting the general theme color, but here we're very specific about the element, the button. Border color, we don't need to mess around with the border color. But now I want us to use that same color I had selected here, just to maintain brand consistency. Background color, paste it in there. On hover, you can give it this blue color. So pick color, blue pixel. So background color on hover should be that blue, like that. Brand consistency. All right, so let me close that. And now I think we're done with the shop page. One more thing before we go. Let's also add it to the header. We keep forgetting that. So if I go to this place, hover over that and header. In fact, we don't even need to go there. So let me just stop that and go back. But in here, let's go to appearance, menus, because we need to add it as a menu item. Shop, add to menu. And now let's drag it right after about, or I usually keep my about pages at the footer, not the headers. But anyway, let's just leave it there. Some people prefer it staying at the top. So if we come back here and right click, reload, now we have the shop page, and because it's the active page, it's this color. And in fact, I feel like these colors should be consistent with the brand color. Now, this is a very basic website. You have all the time in the world to make it look exactly the way you want it to. Menu item, let's go to item text color, pick color. I want this blue. Copy that, paste it in there, publish, preview the changes. Now it's looking like that. Let's go to the shop page. And something I forgot is to remove the home page. Remove and save. Come here, reload the page. And by now it's rather obvious when you want to go to the home page, you just click the logo. So if we click the logo, we'll be taken to the home page. Now, since we've created our products, remember I mentioned in an earlier lesson that we would add featured products to our home page to allow people to quickly see the featured product. So how do we do that? Let's see that in the next lesson. See you shortly. As we mentioned in a previous lesson, we want to see how to add this featured products section to our landing page. So switching to our editor right here, we're supposed to add it right below this arrow. So I'll edit with Elementor so we can edit the page. And here we go. So I just want to duplicate this. So now we have an extra container right below. Delete that. And let's add a container to hold the featured products. As usual, let's make this 100% in width. And let's make the inner container 80% of the space. Then let's go back to the outer one and put it in the middle. Now, if we want to display a grid of WooCommerce products, if we go here to plus and say Woo, you will notice these are not free elements. We cannot drag and place them right here, but that's not a problem. If we switch to a page I had opened in advance, WooCommerce provides us with shortcodes to display our products in different ways and display the cart, the checkout page, all these. Remember when we wanted to display the contact page, if I switch to the contact page here, we used the shortcode that Forminator provided us with to display the form we created in the backend. We can do the same here with WooCommerce products. So yeah, let's say product category. I'm looking for featured products. I can't see featured products. Let's just say products. Going back here, I'll select this and say shortcode, so we can add a shortcode element and drop it there. Then I'll paste that there, and here we are. Now we have too many products displayed, so in here I can create a space and say limit equals let's say 4, and now it will only show a limit of 4 products. Publish that. And now the problem with this element is that it doesn't provide us with a way to edit these elements, unless I missed something here. It doesn't provide a way to edit these products. Let's see what I have in my reference website. That's what that looks like on my reference website, but this is what this looks like on our website. First of all, let me select the container here and create some space, bottom margin of 100, publish. And now if we preview the changes, scrolling downwards, there we go. All right, so now I didn't want the buttons looking this wide, and yeah, so this is what I wanted, but I think we can make this I think I used 60% on the other website to make sure it doesn't occupy too much space here. Yeah, something like this, something more compact. And I'm not liking this hover effect here, so we will have to change this in here. Let's go to global buttons. Text color on hover should also be white. That means if I hover, it remains white. Publish those changes, and let's leave this place. And now there we go. Let's create some space here. I'm not liking that top margin, so top margin of, let's say, 100. Publish. And now let's preview the changes. There we go. Oh, we need to add some heading there. So if I duplicate that, drag it up there, come here and duplicate that, drag it there, and yeah, let's delete this. And I want to style it and put it in the center. Take this, center, select it, content, let me say featured products. And I think there is a shortcode for featured products. I don't know why. Product category shortcodes. I don't know why I can't find one shortcode for that. Let's see if if it indeed exists. Let me just say featured underscore products. No. So WooCommerce doesn't provide that, but you can create a category called featured products and show that category. So product category. All right. I finally cracked it. I've finally been able to construct the product category I want. So you're going to use product underscore category, then specify the category number, then how many products you want to show. So going back in here, all you need to do is go to categories and open a specific category. For example, right now I've opened tools. So tools, say edit. And once you say that, look at your address bar and look at the category and tag ID, which is 18 for me, for the tools category only. So going back in here, so category 18, and then limit them to 4. But remember, we only have 2 tools that we created. I don't think I placed the other products in the other drill in the tools category. I don't even have another drill. So we have only 2 drills. But if, for example, I quick edit this and change the category to tools as well, and update that, then also change this futuristic e-bike category to tools, update that. Now we have 4 products in the tools category. If I go back in here and apply this to apply any changes we've made in the back end, now we should have 4 products in that category. Even if we had 10, because we've already specified we want a limit of 4, we're only going to see 4 here. So publish. That was some intense troubleshooting there. Now at least I've learned how to construct my own product category shortcodes. I'm very glad I had that challenge, and you've also seen me troubleshoot this in real time. So now here we go. I love this, man. I'm feeling this. These products are too expensive, but no problem. Set the right pricing. Next, final thing quick tip I want to show you is if we go to the shop and let's not open a product. Okay, let's just open it and let's add it to the cart. I think we had already added it. There we go. So let's go to the cart. So obviously I wanted to show you that you can obviously also edit this page by going to the customizer. You'll be automatically redirected to the customizer. All right, so you can change cart button text. You can say add to the basket or something, then enable cross sales. I've not played around with that. You can also go to, if we go to proceed to checkout, now you can also remove some of the fields you don't need here, like, so going to checkout, company name is optional, address line 2 can be hidden, no need to show the address line 2. You can also hide the company name if you don't want to see the if you don't want the customer to show the company name. Phone field is required, maybe it can be optional or hidden. Highlight required fields with an asterisk. There you go. You can link to your privacy policy page. I'll select that. You can link to your terms of use, and now this will allow the customers to read and accept your terms and conditions here before buying from your company. So close that, and there we go. So I think that's enough for now. At least we've updated our home page with whatever category we want. Now remember, If you want a different category called featured products, you'll go to categories and say featured products, enter. And now here we are, and you need to assign this category to various products that you want to make the featured products. And then of course, now if we edit these featured products, as you can see, its ID is number 45. So if you go here to the front end, the category here will be category 45. So I hope you understand how to play around with the shortcodes now. So that's all for now. I'll see you in the next lesson when we'll be talking about adding this search bar at the top, because we want people to be able to search for GPUs or something. As you can see, we have this automatic search, Ajax search, and if I hit enter, we'll be able to go and view search results that only have GPU. So how do we do that? Let's see how to add that in the next lesson. Now we want to work on this search bar. Let me switch back to our editor or to our website, and let me just preview and go to the front end. To add a search bar, we need to use a very nice plugin called Ivory Search. So let's go to plugins, add new, and in here I'm going to search for Ivory, and here we are, Vinod Dalvi, Ivory Search. So install that and let's activate it. Let's skip this, and here we are, Ivory Search. Let's go to the settings, and by default we're given several search forms, and the one we want is Ajax search form for WooCommerce. So as you can already guess, we already have this shortcode we can use to display it in the front end. So I'll copy that, Control C. Let me close. Wait, we're exactly where we want to be. So open up the header editor. So let me close that. Obviously, you just go here, hover over this, and then header. So let me close that anyway. What is this? Close that. And now here we are. Remember, originally we had 3 columns. I mean, we had 3 containers, but I deleted one and mentioned we would later come back and add it. So I'll duplicate that. So now we have 3, and I'll delete everything from inside here. Then I'll add a shortcode. And then drop that shortcode right there. As you can see, the shortcode we just borrowed here. So while this is still selected, I'm going to go into advanced width. Let's give it a custom width of maybe 80%, and preview the publish that and preview the changes. So that's what it looks like at the moment. And I like it, by the way, but we did not explicitly say what width this should occupy. So let's make it maybe 40%. This is 20 if I'm not wrong. 40 plus 20, 60. So this should be 40%. Let's publish and see what we have. Switching here. All right, no difference. Let's see if we can make this 30%. Publish and see what we have. All right, Control I to select the container that's holding them, this container. And we want to make sure these are evenly spaced out, space between, just like that. Publish that, space between each container. And now I think it's properly positioned. I love where it is. So going to the home page. There we go. So now we can search for a product. Let's say we have premium wrench. So let's just search for wrench. It will automatically do a search and show us this. This is what we mean by Ajax. Remember, I told you doing what you expect it to do without reloading the page. So it's doing the search without reloading this page to allow us to see if this is what we're looking for. All right, let me search for GPU. Yes. If there are several products by the name or that have the name you're searching for, it'll show the search results page. But if there's only one product that exists that has the name you're searching for, it'll show that product only directly. It'll go to the single products page. So if I search for tractor, because we don't have any other tractor on the website, it'll just take us to the only product by the name tractor. But because we have more than one GPU, if I search for GPU, it'll show us the search results page so we can choose the specific GPU we want to choose. So basically that's how to add a more robust and powerful search functionality to your WooCommerce website to allow customers to get whatever they want to find. Let's see. I'm really liking this search. What else did we add? A bike. I like this Ajax. See that? Gives you all the descriptions and you can decide whether this is what you want in advance. So that's a very good thing. Because we only have one bike, we'll be taken to the only page that has the bike on it. And remember, we changed the categories. So yeah, I think that's an awesome place to end this lesson. In the next lesson, let's now see how to use custom CSS to add some rounded corners all around the product images. And remember, if we go back to our reference website, this search bar has some rounded corners and the icon here looks much better. I think we can improve this. Some people like it with sharp corners like this. You can leave it at that, but let's see how to do that in the next lesson. So now let's see how to use custom CSS to change the styling of the different elements that we can't edit with the plugins we used to create them. WooCommerce doesn't provide us with a way to edit its own product images and give it rounded corners. Ivory search does not give us the ability to do this. Wait, if I go to design, does it give us that option, by the way? Design. If I say search form customizer, it will open up the customizer. As you can see, these are the three options we have. This is the loader, as you saw here when it's automatically searching for something. So as you can see, it doesn't have a place to set how rounded the corners are. You can change what this says. Search for products. Yeah, search for products. And let's add an extra dot here to make it an ellipse. And you can also decide to remove this icon if you want to, which I think is very cool. But before we do that, I just wanted to show you how I achieved this goal using custom CSS. So now let's publish that. And now going to the front end, I know we're already here. And if I go back up to this point, we're already here. But remember, to get there, you just go to customize. And it'll open up the same place. Because what we want is this additional CSS. This is where we can add additional CSS. Go back and back. additional CSS. We can add CSS here the same way we added it contact form. If I go to edit, when we went to appearance, we went to custom CSS and added some custom CSS to affect how the form looks in the front end. So we can do the same for anything else here. So now to select this image, we will need to use Control-Shift-I to open up the console, and I want to move out of responsive design. And when I select this inspector, I can hover over different HTML elements, including the image. And if I select it, it will provide us with the image selector. This is the image selector. And we can test what effect our CSS code will have on it by adding it here to its CSS. So if I say border radius of 5 pixels, now it has 5 pixels. What about 20? Because that's what I want. That's how it will look. So all I have to do is copy this selector, right click, copy. You don't, this has no effect on your website. That's just for testing while you're working. But when you reload this page without the console, the changes you had made here will not take effect. So now going in here and pasting that selector and adding our brackets, I can say border radius is, now let me just remove this border radius that we used for testing, so you can see the actual code that will take effect. 20 pixels. Now there we go. Finish with a semicolon. Publish that. Now if I close the console and let me just right click and open this link in a new tab and open this. Now we've gone to the shop page, but if I open any image, any product here, it will have those rounded corners. We set it on this specific bike product, but it's applying to every product. All right, the next thing I want us to do is look at the shop page. This is very funny because in this lesson I wanted us to look at how to make the search bar have rounded corners, but we've ended up doing what I was planning for the next lesson. Let's do both of them now. So going back here to our editor, Control-Shift-I to open up the console. We can do the same. Select this inspector and select the search bar. There we go. Here is its selector. If I go there and say border radius tab 20 pixels, as you can see, it's changed in real time. I can also do the same for the icon. Select the green area. And now this is the icon. As you can see, I'll select the entire selector like that. Right click, copy. Let's paste it in there. And I forgot to do the same for this. But anyway, no problem. Border radius, let me copy that and paste it there. As you can see, it's taken effect. But we've not done the same for this right here. So selecting this and going back in here. Here we are. This is it. Copy. Let's remove this because it's not helping us. So now it's back to normal. But now if I go here and paste that there, brackets, border radius of 20. There we go. So now it has that rounded corner. But now we can add a margin left, tab, colon, margin left. On this icon, we want to add a margin to push it aside a little bit. So let's say 10 pixels. As you can see, we've moved it by 10 pixels. Semicolon. Can we move this margin right? Tab, 5px. All right, it's not having an effect, but no problemo. Let's close that. Publish it. And now if I close that down, no need to close it, but now if I reload this, so now that's what it looks like. Finally, let's do the shop page. So going back in here and selecting the shop, because we've already published the changes. Now Control Shift I. Let's also now select the inspector and select this image. As you can see, this is the selector. Right click, copy. Let's paste it in there. Brackets, curly brackets. Copy that. Let's place that in there. Now they have that nice rounded corner. So publish those changes. Let's close this inspector. And now if I go here and refresh the page, all right, hard refresh. I just Control R'd, but now Control Shift R. All right, I don't know what's happening. Let me just go to the home page. Scrolling downwards. Why hasn't this taken effect? I think we need a caching plugin, but Control Shift R once again. Go to the shop page. It might make me install a caching plugin, and I was planning to show you how to use a caching plugin in the next lesson. But now what if I go to add new plugin? All right. Let's go back in here, Control Shift I. Hard refresh right here on this page to see if the changes have taken effect. If they take effect on this page, then it'll mean probably we have a caching problem. In other words, the browser has already stored the browser saves a copy of each page so that when someone navigates to that page, they can quickly be served without having to reload that page from the server. And so we're getting served the page that had these sharp corners, even though we've made changes to that page. So when this is the page that's on the server, but this is the page that's saved by cookies on our browser. And that's why we keep seeing this even when we refresh. Control R, Control Shift R to hard refresh. Now let's try a caching plugin. So in here, I'll go to Lightspeed Cache and install that. And let's activate it. All right, now hover over this and purge all. All right, so we've purged all. So if I right click and open link in new tab and go to the home page, let's see what we have. Exactly. Now the changes have taken effect because we've gotten rid of the local cache that was stored in the browser. So if we go to the shop page, now everything has that nice rounded corner. I love this troubleshooting exercise because you will face a lot of problems and issues while working on your websites, and you will need to be able to troubleshoot and find out what the problem is. So I'm glad you were able to see me struggle with this. And that marks the end of building your website. Now you have a fully functional WordPress website, e-commerce store, and you can sell your products to anyone around the world. But of course, there are many more things you will keep learning as you build your website and make it more robust. Now, in the next lessons, which are bonus lessons, you're going to learn a few of the most important things to make your website much better, much more powerful, much more reliable. We're talking about security. We're talking about permalinks. We're talking about one of the things I was supposed to cover in the bonus lessons is caching. You've just learned about caching. So in the bonus lessons, let's equip you with even more tips and tricks to make you into a WordPress guru. I'll see you shortly. So now let's look at additional tips and tricks to make you a WordPress guru. But of course, these are just basic tips and tricks. You will still need to dig deeper into WordPress to understand how to use the different plugins available. Remember, we have more than 59,000 free plugins on the WordPress directory, WordPress plugin directory. That means even today I'm learning new things about WordPress, and so should you. But now, one of the tips, as I mentioned, is caching. And now if we go back to the dashboard, let me close all these other parts down. So let's go to add new, and I'll type cache, enter. So as you can see, we have several caching plugins. Many of them are very popular, and as you can see, Lightspeed is one of them, and we already added it. So you can add any of these others if you want. WP Optimize is also very awesome, but we have to choose one. We don't need to have two of them. And anytime you make changes to your website, just come and say purge all. That's all I ever do when I'm working on my WordPress website. I don't go inside to change all these other settings. But you can go to YouTube and look for a tutorial on how to maximize on all these other settings to optimize your website even further. But as I mentioned, when you make changes and in the front end things are not behaving the way they're supposed to be behaving, you can purge all, and most likely the changes will take effect if they had been caused by the locally saved version of the page that's misbehaving. That will delete all the cache stored on your browser, all the pages stored on your browser, and reload the page that has the new changes from the server. So that's number one. And I want to end this lesson right here because in the next lesson, I want us to talk about permalinks. I'll see you shortly. Let's talk about permalinks. I want to go and maybe open up this product. All right, so it says product impact drill. But now permalinks mainly apply to WordPress posts. Articles are one type of post in WordPress. So let me go back in here and create a new post. Maybe let's say, add new post. And as I mentioned, one example of a post is an article, a news article, or a blog post. So how to shop online. Maybe this is a blog post you're writing for your
visitors. So I'm going to publish that. There we go. So if I view the post, if you look at this 2005-03-2029 how to shop online, this is the URL for this specific post. Let me just go back here into the dashboard and go to settings, permalinks. There are different ways to display the URL of what you're looking at. As you can see here, we have impact product, we have our domain, product, impact, drill. This is very SEO friendly. When Google or Bing spiders are crawling the internet for new content, they also look at how the URL is structured for the different products, different pages, every single part of your WordPress website that has a link. The Google bots will look at the structure of the URL and they will give lower marks to certain URLs because of how they are structured. So you need to be very wary of how your URLs are structured, which is where permalinks come in. These are the different ways to structure your posts. And as you can see, we currently have this date and then the sample. And that's exactly what we have here. The best SEO friendly way to display your URLs is post name. Simple as that. Save changes. All right, let's purge all. Awesome. Now if I drag this and reload this page, just reload it. Let's look at the URL. All right, now let's go back home and let's go to posts. How to shop online, let's say view. So now it's just your domain / the name of the blog post. This URL is very SEO friendly and it will receive higher marks from search engines when they're indexing your website. So make sure your permalinks are set to post name. And then save changes. I think we already saved the changes. Of course, these are just tips and tricks I'm sharing very shallowly. If you want more details, you can go and read further about permalinks. You can read about website caching and everything else I'm going to talk about. So I think this is a nice spot to end this. Next, let's talk about your WordPress website's security. I'll see you shortly. Let's have a look at WordPress security. Let's go to plugins, add new. This is what I love about WordPress. Anything you want to add to your WordPress website is already created as a plugin by someone. So you don't have to pay someone extra money to add features to your website. So let's type security. We have several security plugins. Many of them are very popular. You can choose any of them. I use Really Simple Security. So I'll install that. But you can use WordPress Security Jetpack, which is owned by Automatic, which is the company that created WooCommerce. All right, let's go ahead and activate it. Welcome to Really Simple Security. An SSL, it's checked if I have an SSL certificate and it's detected it. Very good. Let's say activate. What is this? Yes, it will send a test email to confirm that the email is correctly configured on my site. Let's allow RSS to send us notifications. So save and continue. Let's see this vulnerability scan, email login, instant configure. Yes, let's allow it to automatically set those up. If you want to add those cookie pop-ups that ask you, do you agree to the cookie policy of this website, blah, blah, blah. These are the plugins you can automatically add. They're made by the same company.
So you can say install, but I'm not going to install these because this for me is just a dummy website. You can find out more about this. They have tutorials on how to do this. Install. And now we can finish. We don't need these pro features from them. We might need them, but we don't have the money to buy them for now. So SSL is now activated, and we have alerts about all the things that need to be done on your website to make it secure. So let's see, 301 enabled. This is something you have to do about your htaccess redirect. Now, these are some of the things you can use ChatGPT or a YouTube tutorial to learn. These are not things you're going to dwell on. Your site uses Elementor. This can require, some of these things are not pressing, they're not very urgent. We have detected administrator roles where the login and display names are the same. So what we need to do is go to users, all users. Let me right click, open link in new tab. Let's go to the only user that exists, which is you, and you're the admin. And here you need to set your nickname, Mr. Moneybags. And now you can use that as, let's update profile. You're not supposed to display the name that was assigned to you, the username that was assigned to you, this username that WordPress assigned to you when you installed WordPress. Don't display it in public. It can be used to log into your admin area and destroy your website or steal stuff. So set a nickname and use the nickname as the public name in your post. So for example, if we go to where's that post we created? As you can see, the post currently has my actual username, the admin username. But now if I reload this, now it says by Mr. Moneybags. People can't guess that random username I was given by WordPress. So, and you can go through a few of these other things. I'm not going to spend time setting up everything because this is just to show you, use really simple security for your security and learn how to use every little bit of alert here has more information from the official website of the plugin. So go ahead and go through all these things and see how you can improve your website, make it more secure. Use ChatGPT if you don't understand things like htaccess and how to sort this out. All right, I think this is a nice place to end this. In the next lesson, let's see how to back up your website, because if anything happens to your website right now and you have to reinstall WordPress, you might lose everything. But if you have a backup stored somewhere in Google Drive or on your machine, anything happens, you will have a backup. Let's see how to do that in the next lesson. See you shortly. Let's talk about backing up your website. So as usual, let's go to plugins, add new. So in here, let's search for backup. So as you can see, we have Updraft Plus and other awesome WordPress backup plugins. But I love Updraft Plus because it's very easy and straightforward. So let's activate it. And now let's press start here or settings. All right, so here you're going to be taken on a tour of the plugin. This is what you click to make a backup, but let's go to next. Here you can choose how many files you want to keep at any time. Here's where you can choose where you want to send a copy of a backup of your website. So you can connect to your Google Drive. You can use these other services. I rarely use these. I have one of my websites connected to Google Drive and it automatically sends a copy of a backup of my website, of that website, to Google Drive. But you don't need to mess with all these settings here.
The only thing you need to do is come here and click backup now, nothing else. And then as you can see, include your database. It's going to be included, and include your files. That's posts, plugins, products, everything. And if you want the backup to only be deleted manually, you can click this, and that means you will have to manually delete that backup yourself. So let's back up now. It might take a moment. And here we are, our backup is ready. As you can see, we backed up our database, plugins, themes, uploads, and others. And so what you need to do is click each one of them. The database, download it to your computer. It's started. Download plugins. Download all the plugins you've installed. Let's download the themes, uploads, and others. Give them a moment. So now download themes. There we go. Download all uploads. In other words, if you uploaded any images to your website, like product images, and then others. And that means when you restore this copy of the backup, your website will look exactly like this. It will look exactly like this. So let me just show you how to finalize this. So there we are. I'll just open up the File Explorer. Here are my files from this backup here all the way to here. I'll cut them, Control X, right click, new folder, online store version 1.0. Then paste all of them there. I'll save those there. Now you can take this folder and put it somewhere, maybe in your external hard drive or somewhere in your hard drive where they're safe. So now if we go back inside the online store dashboard and go to Updraft, if we want to restore that website, I can just delete this, delete that. So now we've manually deleted it. That's okay. Let's refresh that. So as I mentioned, if you happen to lose your website and now you have a brand new installation of WordPress, you can now come and upload backup files, select, go to exactly where you put those files, online store version that, and then open, and they will be uploaded here. And once they're uploaded, they will have that option to restore. You will see, you saw it earlier before I deleted the backup that existed here. This, after it's uploaded, will look exactly like the backup we've just deleted. So we're not going to wait for this to finish uploading. You now understand how to back up your website and why it's crucial. In the next lesson, let's make sure our emails are going out to users when they take an action, and to us when something happens on our website. Maybe security alerts from the RSS plugin, or form submissions, Forminator form submissions, etc. Let's see how to do that in the next lesson. See you shortly. So now let's talk about email deliverability on your website. Because remember when we went to RSS, where is RSS? Security. And here we are. So let's see, complete email validation and enable notifications to make sure you will receive security warnings. So let's view this. Email validation, notifications here. Email validation. You're using a feature where email is an essential part of the functionality. Please validate that you can send emails on your server. So let's see, dismiss all notifications. No.
We want to get notifications. Delete all data on plugin deletion. Let's not change any of that, but let's send this to see if we can send emails. All right, email validation, email sent. Please check your mail. Now go to your cPanel. As you can see, I had already opened my cPanel, and scroll all the way to email accounts. One of the emails that was automatically created for you when you were installing WordPress was by default admin@yourwebsite.com. So the website we're on here is VFX Pod. So this, check email, and here we are. So I think this has been sent today, or has it? Please verify your email to use certain features or really simple security. First of all, let's verify that. I don't see any notifications here, which tells me, is that the email? Verify your email. All right. So I think this is the email they sent when we installed it. I think it's working properly, but we don't want to second guess this. So we're going to install SMTP, but just wait a little bit. These are notifications of things we need to get done. Remember, I told you really simple security is a robust security system, and these are things you will need to go through one by one to see how you can sort them out. But now let's go back in here and say plugins, add new. We want to be sure emails will be sent, so SMTP. This is a free plugin. WP Mail SMTP by WP Forms. Install now. Our emails were sent to verify that it's working, but I just want to make sure, but this is just to be safe. Welcome to WP Mail SMTP setup. Let's just go back to dashboard. We don't need to go through the setup wizard, because what we want is to come here. These are just okay if you leave them at the default. Online store. This is the from name. When people receive your email, your customers, it will read from online store, or the brand name you gave your website, online store. You can also change it to your name, Ken. Force from name. If other plugins have set a different from name, you can force the entire website to use this from name. We need to check this to make sure even bounced messages don't get lost. And now here to the mailer, we're going to use other SMTP, and we're going to use details from our web host. That's why we opened up this. This is the email we're using, so we'll go to manage it. And this is something you can also ask your web host to help you with. Now let's generate a password here. So first of all, let me select the domain. All right, it's already selected. Generate. Now I'll pick this password, copy it. I'll put it somewhere on my notepad. I'll put it on a notepad somewhere so I can grab it from there. And that's all. So update email settings. Now we've given this, which one did we use? It was VFX Pod. So we've given this a password, which is very important. Connect devices. Let's go to connect devices. We need these details. So going back in here, SMTP host will be this, the domain name you used. Let's put it right there. We're going to use SSL because we have an SSL certificate. This is 465 automatically. Then the SMTP username here, the email we used, and the password is the password we've just put on our notepad. So I'll paste that in there.
And now I'll just save the settings. All right, now with that, let's see if it's going to work, if our emails are actually working. Tools, I think under tools we have send a test mail. Yes, so let me send a test mail to our admin email. Success, test email was sent successfully. Please check your inbox to make sure it was delivered. So now our emails are working. But there's one thing I need you to keep in mind. We used Forminator. So if we go to Forminator to look at our contact form, I want to show you how to edit the email behavior of your forms. When the form is submitted, what happens? So let's go to email notifications. Under email notifications, we have, now this is the setting for this specific form, this contact form. If you have another form and another form, you will have to go into each of the forms to set these settings. So email notifications, if we open this, when the user submits the form, let's go to the front end very quickly. Contact, let me close these others. When the user fills in their name, email address, and types something and sends the message, what should happen? This email will be sent out to the admin because they submitted this form to be sent to you. So it's labeled as admin email. This is just the label for you. This is just the label for the dashboard to help you know what email this is, because the second email we're going to send out is going to customer email. Subject, we can set the subject to, now okay, let me just close this because I don't want to confuse you for now. So going back in here, we're going to create the email that the user will receive when they send you this form. But now let's work on what you will see in your inbox. This is what you will see. You will see you have a new website form submission. All fields, this is just a placeholder for all these three fields and the details they hold, the values that were entered by the user. You can also decide something different, maybe enter. You can say, if you say insert forms, you can say, you can be very specific, name, the name they shared. You can say the text, this is the text area details, what they typed in here, and their IP address and all these other things, but you don't need all those. But to summarize, this all fields means all these three fields and all the data they had. All right, thank you. Get rid of that. This message was sent from site URL, just means it's going to show VF export, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Now, when we come to the subject, we also have some other placeholders. As you can see, name here means whatever name they shared here. So if they put Kennedy, like me, in your email, this subject is going to read new entry form submission ID, the ID of that form, for form name, the name you gave to the form, and we gave it the name contact form, as you can see here. So you need to have descriptive names for each form you create. When we see contact form in our email, for contact form, we will know that was submitted from the contact page. If we have another form on another page and it has a different name, it will be that other form. You can also change the recipients here. You can insert more recipients. You can give your own personal email, maybe mike@protonmail.com. You will also receive a copy of the same email as a notification. Now for the user, it's pretty much the same. This is what the customer will receive. This is just a label for you to know what this condition is. But now what they will see is the subject. This is the subject. They will see this. A copy of the form you've submitted. And in here, you can type whatever. Here are the details you submitted through the contact form on our website. All right, enter. You can just say all form fields. Thanks for reaching out to us. We will be in touch with you soon. Recipients. So here the person to receive is the email they submitted in this field. Email address. Email address. So add that. Update. Now let me submit this. Ken Kyoko. Let me provide that email and then just a test email. Send message. All right, and you can always go to the custom colors in Forminator to change this. Now, if we go back to our email here, and if I refresh, let's see if I receive, okay, we've been logged out. So going backwards, and if I open that email, check email, exactly. So first of all, this is the test email we sent with SMTP. Congrats, the email was sent successfully. And now if we go to this form, you have a new website form submission. Let's go back to our website, and these are all fields. If we go back in here, you have a new website form submission. All fields. It will pull all the fields that were filled and show them here. This message was sent from site URL. Site URL. Let me check if I've received that same email in my inbox. As you can see, I've also received from online store. I've received a copy of the form you submitted. And if I go back here, close that, customer email, a copy of the form you submitted. If I open it, here are the details you submitted through the form on our website. Here are the details, exactly what we said, all fields. Because we said send it to the email that was inserted into the email address field. So that's how to make sure your emails are being sent to the people who must see them. This will also apply to all your WooCommerce transactions. When people make payments or transactions fail, you will receive all those notifications. I think this is a good place to end this. Let me see where we're at right now. All right, yes, so we're now done with email deliverability. Let's have a quick talk about SEO. I'll see you shortly. Let's talk about search engine optimization. There are several things we need to do to make our website visible to search engines like Google and Bing. Right now, if you launch your website, it will be invisible to all those search engines. So let me just close these other areas down. Let me close that down. Update that. And one of the reasons we will not be visible to search engines is something we did deliberately. You will remember a few lessons ago, we went to settings, reading, and we discouraged search engines from indexing our site because it was under construction. Now we're ready to launch our website. So First of all, let's encourage search engines to index this website. There we go. Now, as you can see, our store is still coming soon. So if we go to here, once we're ready to launch the website, we can go live. So let's just go live. But before we go live, you will have to first of all do all the SEO. I just want to show you how to go live. I didn't want to forget that the store is still coming soon. So once you do the SEO part, you can go live. So let me save changes, assuming my website is now search engine optimized. Now, SEO is an entire topic on its own, and it should be an entire course on its own. And the good thing is I already published a class about SEO, WordPress SEO for complete beginners. I published it on Skillshare, where I also have other awesome WordPress and Elementor courses. You can go and check it out right now. It's an entire step-by-step course on how to optimize your website, all the different parts you need to look at and configure to make sure you don't get lost in page 500 of Google search results. So with that said, we're not going to go on talking about SEO. Check out that course, or just go to YouTube and look for more SEO courses or tutorials. I have a few final thoughts I want to share with you in the next lesson, so let's wrap it up. See you shortly. Don't go anywhere.